Yo, what is up? Hello, everyone. Oh my god, wrong one. How are we doing? What is up? Balsic, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the resubscription. Also, hello to Quinn and Waka and Gorp and all the raiders. How are you guys doing? Let me get some things right off the bat. So, first of all, Balsic, I am so sorry that your my alert got scanned. How many wheels will be spun tonight? That depends. If you link me a wheel spin, as Gorp did, using the today only channel point reward, where you can link me a thing to do, then you can have me spin a wheel. Now that wheel won't make me do anything, it won't make me play a game, but you can make me spin a wheel. You can go eat food and watch stream while doing it. That is a very good idea, Ball. So you should get some food. Thanks again for the raid. I hope you enjoyed your stream. The basic structure of the day is I'm going to be going over the 64 games that I've played in the last year. I'm going to be talking about them. I'm going to be ranking them. I'm also, and then every 20 minutes, this other thing will become available. The channel point reward will become available for me to do a tier list of your choosing. So Gorp started the stream off by redeeming this one. Hello and congrats again. Thank you, Drone. And also hello, Iron Wolf. Nice priority change. I hope you are even today. I'm gonna turn the music down a touch. But yeah, how are we doing? Should I start? Let me start with this real quick. Gorp wants me to do an alphabet tier list. A is A tier, B is B tier, C is A tier, D is kind of E tier, E is A tier, F is pretty good. How esoteric? Yo, what's up, Davis? Yeah, I think I'm gonna run out of steam pretty quickly regarding this. I is, you know, it's a shit vowel. Use are terrible vowels. Honestly, I is too. I think it's easier to think by vowels. J is like kind of quirky. I love how I'm 2 songs in and YouTube, my YouTube playlist already broke. Literally 2 songs in and the YouTube playlist broke. That is what we want from YouTube. Thank you. Thank you, YouTube. Incredible. Okay. We're having a brung tie moment. What's up, Zeldy? I thought it'd be funny to put a tie on over my regular t-shirt. I thought that would be hilarious, but nobody's even commented on it until you, so maybe the joke fell flat. But that's okay. What's up, Tash? Happy second brungiversary, the cotton brungiversary. Thank you. Is that a real thing? Is number 2 cotton? I know 75 is diamond. P is poop. M is okay. N is okay. L is pretty funny. K is whatever. K actually kind of sucks. Is that a tie? Shy Guy, thank you so much. Very brung of me, so you think that's why it went unnoticed? Okay. Yeah, I just look so natural in a tie. You can see the blue tie over the blue shirt. It's actually a gray tie, but I did make sure to wear a... I did be sure to wear a blue shirt so that I'd be on brand for this special day. You know what I'm talking about? All the quirky ones get put in D tier because they're trying too hard. Races? Excuse me? What? What about races, Gorp? What kind of races are we talking about? Y is kind of quirky, but I actually kind of like Y. Y is alright. Z tier. Look. Oh my god, wait. I spelled races. I spelled races befilty. I don't know how I did this. This is like that bit in... Anybody read like the other Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy books besides the first one? There's that thing where he answers the question, the ultimate question, by pulling random letters out of a box because his brain is part of the computer that answered the question. I feel like my brain just subconsciously pulled out races without me even thinking. Indy 500 is overrated as shit, you think? I have never watched it. Isn't it you just drive around in a circle? Isn't that what professional racing is? Steam Deck arrived today. You're trying to figure out how to fit all your streaming junk on your desk. You're going to want to play Outer Wilds with a PS2 controller or a mouse-ish keyboard. PS2 controller, wow. Well, it's up to what you're comfortable with. I don't know how many like modern first-person games you've played. For me, I don't like playing anything first-person without a mouse. They technically recommend controller. Does a PS2 controller even have partial... Probably does, I don't know. Like, if like a half nudge, an inner ring on the analog stick, is that even a thing on a PS2 controller? Live in Indiana, so you have the right opinion. That's it. Traffic's also complete hell during that time. Oh no, what? It's everybody's clogging the roads trying to get to the racetrack. An inner ring, like, you know, if you, I guess that's a software thing more than a hardware thing. Never mind. Like when you slightly push an analog stick in order to get a different effect from fully pushing it, because that's why the game recommends using a controller for Outer Wilds, is because you can like have partial thrust on your ship with a slight push of the analog stick instead of a full push, and you don't get that option on keyboard. But I think playing on mouse is worth it just for camera control because it's first person. Anyway, so at the event this afternoon, the apartment above you invites over their sports bros and shout and stomp constantly. Indy 500? I have no idea, but apparently. I don't know. I'm not in a huge rush here because we only have 64 games to go over and I can go as late as I want. Is there any particular game that people want to talk about? Also, Gorp, I hope that my alphabet tier list was acceptable to you. You see Blasphemous? Blasphemous is here. Blasphemous is here. Can I rate that one indie game? Yeah, sure, I can talk about Blasphemous. That's okay. So the other way this is going to work is, in case you're worried about... This is going to be full spoiler discussions. So if you see any game where you don't want to hear about it, I will be dragging the games into this power gap tier while I'm talking about them. So you can just mute the stream while the game that you care about is in here. Or you could just mute the stream forever, like Waka's about to say he's going to do. Anyway, Blasphemous. Should that be the first thing we talk about today? Blasphemous is a Metroidvania. And after I played only a couple of them, I feel like Metroidvanias are like this type of game where they kind of get old really fast, even though they're like baseline fun. Like the base formula is cool, but and like I kind of like it, but but the problem is that they fall into this pattern where it's like, oh, I started exploring the map, and oh, I see this thing. Oh, I'm gonna need to get double jump. Okay, well now I have double jump or some other movement thing. Now I go back and go do that thing, and you just kind of go around. And I don't know if there was like a moment in this game that really made it like stand apart from other games. These are only the games that I played this year, correct, Sugar? This is all 64 games that I played since the last anniversary. Also, hi, Sugar. Was this year better than the last for gaming? You mean of games that I have played? I think overall, not as good, but that's mostly because I'm you know, running out of the low-hanging fruit of great games to play. There were still some great games that I played this year. I think I played more games that I was kind of meh about this year than last. But I don't know. We'll see how the distribution ends up compared to last year's distribution. Also, hope you're doing well, Sugar. You can see that argument? Yeah, I mean, so what makes Blasphemous kind of cool, the thing that's unique about it is that sort of like very Catholic-inspired vibe, everything about it, like the art style and the general milieu of Blasphemous, which makes it kind of unique. I'm trying to think. I can remember the snake boss. That was cool. What else can I even remember from this game? Do I plan on playing the second one? I'll probably get around to the second one at some point. But like I said, for a game that's like, oh, it's just another Metroidvania, it's probably pretty far down the list for me to play. Atmosphere, aesthetic, super, super good. Yeah, it's good. The problem is I feel like in indie games, there's like no shortage of games that have good aesthetic. Blasphemous 2 is a million times better, you think? Where's Tulip? Tulip is in last year's list. Has movement upgrades? Wow. I don't know. I thought it was kind of cool. I thought it was kind of unique. Well, not really too unique. The most unique thing about it was the art style, the Catholicism. But that said, the baseline of Metroidvanias, even though I get kind of tired of them, it's fun. So I think I put this in B tier for Blasphemous overall. You know who else celebrated on 2 days? Jesus of Nazareth. Torrens, are you implying that I might be somewhat divine? It's a fair rank. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think so. I don't know. I should probably say what each of these tiers actually mean in my mind, instead of just having them be a vibe. Let me do... define my terms? Yes, I should. How would I describe B? Fun but forgettable, something like that. And then A is good game, and S is one of the best. There we go. Could scroll down for a second. You want to see how many games? There are 64 games total. Rabbit. Also, hi, Rabbit. Tulip was S last year, right above that one game Brengo loves. Actually, I believe Tulip was in D tier last year. Define Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds. I can link last year's. Maybe that would be good. I should link last year's list. It's in the Discord. Let me see. Let me pull it up real quick. There were more games on this one than this year because it was a year and a half's worth of games instead of 1 year's worth of games. Elden Ring. You want me to jump straight into talking about Elden Ring, Iron Wolf? Is that are we doing Elden Ring already? S is subpar. Outer Wilds did it better. I think it's unfair to call an S tier game subpar. It's still a really good game if it's in that tier. It really is. I don't know. I could talk about Elden Ring right away. We could wait for that. Played many interesting games in the past year. Yeah, thank you. I try my best to talk about interesting games. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you, Koro. Always nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Well, Iron Wolf said Elden Ring, so I could talk about Elden Ring. How are you, Koro? What have you been up to today? Busy as ever, I assume. Boy. Elden Ring. What are these hour early shenanigans? The idea, Avery, is that if I want to, I can go a full 6 hours today, from 6 p.m. to midnight. We'll see if it ends up if the stream ends up going on that long, but I went an hour early just for that. On a big ol' hike today, 11 miles? Holy shit, that's huge. I walked a fair bit around town today. Not 11 miles, so probably like, I don't know, 4 or 5 or something. Many big waterfalls? That's awesome. That's super cool. I don't know. I got to go on a hike like a week ago, which was a nice change of pace for me. You only followed me because I was playing Elden Ring at the time I was playing it. That's true. That is true. Does the end stream redeem work today? No. I will scam you on the end stream today. There's a Bionicle in the list? Yes, for Modanui online game. It is alphabetical at the moment because because when I uploaded them from files from my computer, it was sorted alphabetically. But yeah. Coming back in a bit, you're making dinner? Yo, enjoy dinner, Avery? Blasphemous in B? Well, it starts with a B, Balsic. You think Elden Ring... There is no E tier. It's true, I only scam you if you win. I would probably just not even roll it. I would probably refund you your points. Elden Ring. Should I talk about Elden Ring? It's so big. I feel like... So the defining question that Elden Ring has to answer the second you boot it up, right? I'm not milking. I'm collecting my thoughts. The second you boot up Elden Ring, the question that is on your mind that it is posing is, what do you get out of making Dark Souls open world? You know? What's actually, like, good about that? And I think the idea is supposed to be going back to that classic Dark Souls idea of, like, you run into a boss who kicks your ass, you leave, go somewhere else, get stronger, come back, and then beat the boss, right? That, in at least, like, Dark Souls 1, I feel like that was the whole idea. I'm not milking, I'm talking. What do you mean? I'm literally talking. That was like the whole idea. That was literally the tutorial in the asylum and at the beginning of Dark Souls 1 is you running away from a boss who kicks your ass, getting a power up, coming back and then killing him. Elden Ring makes that so much more possible by destroying like the linearity of it. Which is cool and good. The problem is that it's not really balanced. Going now, yo, enjoy Avery. Hope you get some good food. There's basically no aspect of this game that's balanced, I feel like. Not one. Milking and Blungo. Okay, you want to bring in your opinion? Does someone else want to bring up their opinion of Elden Ring? Let's engage in a critical conversation, because Waka doesn't want me to Blungo. Somebody give their take on Elden Ring. What was I saying? Yeah. The problem with the open world is that a lot of it feels not worth it to explore, mostly because of how restrictive your builds are compared to like the different rewards. Takes Dark Souls in the opposite direction of Sekiro. Yeah, but I would have liked some Sekiro ideas in here, actually. Sometimes you forget a different language is spoken here. What's up, Miranda? Wait, what do you mean by that? You mean English? Elden Ring was a game you didn't play and didn't watch. A tier. Okay, that's fair. Like the art and flair of Elden Ring. Oh yeah, okay, so definitely the best thing about Elden Ring is that it's the prettiest of all the Dark Souls. Like, one of the things that I like Dark Souls 1 a lot for, that I feel like was lost in 2 and 3, is like a varied color palette. You know, 3 especially is literally just gray in every single area. It's just gray. Elden Ring, like, every single area is a different color, and it's super vibrant, and it's got 2023 graphics instead of 2012 graphics. Elden Ring must have been too easy since I beat it. F tier? There's no F tier, I'm sorry. Balancing is whack. If you grind, the majority of the game isn't all that hard until you get to the snow peaks and there's a big increase of difficulty curve. Yeah, the difficulty curves are crazy. If you go in certain directions, you will find that the soul scaling is all whack, so you can just get a bazillion souls from a boss that you beat relatively easily, and then just like skip a bunch of levels. The big problem is that exploring the open world, you have no guarantee of getting more powerful. Because the items that you receive, there's a 95% chance don't work with your build. So it makes it feel very unrewarding to actually engage with the open world. But if you don't engage with the open world at all, then you will miss the 1 in 20 item that does make you more powerful. And so eventually you will be weak when you come to the ridiculously overscaled endgame bosses. The end game, I think, is where it falls apart, kind of. The end game is like where you've seen all of the world and you've kind of like marveled at all the cool, pretty stuff. And now it's just like, go bang your head against Melania or Radagon or whoever you're stuck at for hours. And if you want to go get more powerful, fuck off. You have to spend like 20 hours stomping shitty dungeons, hoping that you get a reward that helps you. Lore was the most interesting it's ever been for you? Really? I feel like I didn't follow the story of Elden Ring like at all. Although, the other thing that's really good about Elden Ring, also that they bring back from Dark Souls 1, is the funky enemies. Having, like, funny enemies is so good and important for me. Like, goofy things. Like the turtles and the Turtle Pope and... Hello? YouTube? Okay. Elden Ring was pretty realistic, me being maidenless at all. I got a maiden at the end, you know. I did get a maiden. Best waifu from FromSoft? Which one, Sugar? Who's the best waifu? Elden Ring has too many unfair scenarios, hibernation is too hard, too many red lizards. Wrong game, Gorp, wrong game. Did you go to Caelid before the capital or no? I think I did. Interesting Elden Ring archaeology videos. Never occurred to ask you who built what, or that there might be a believable answer. There's a ton of work put into the lore of the game, but I didn't really feel too connected to it. I feel like I had less idea what was going on in this game than virtually any of the others. Honestly. I don't know. Like, in Dark Souls, you at least have, like, this basic goal where they tell you, like, you gotta go kill Gwyn to rekindle the fire, because everyone's turning into zombies. And then this one, it's like, You got the Elden Ring has been shattered, so you have to go to the Erd Tree and do something there. I don't really know what I was expected to do there. I don't know. Elden Ring Rolling Goat was pretty good. I don't even think I found the Rolling Goat. I think Kingsfield would benefit from being open world. Kingsfield would benefit from many things. That's what I would say. Redeem broken? Which redeem? Is the tier list puzzle broken? It shouldn't be. It should be available now, I think, or about to be available again. Elden Ring scenario 1-to-1. Elden Lord, Fire Lord. Really? Because I didn't really get... I don't think I was, like, told that. Out of stock? It shouldn't be out of stock. I had it set so that each person can do it once per stream. Oh, so hey, drummer. Happy Brunkiversary. Thank you. Overall, what I'm saying is I like Dark Souls games just because of the mechanics. And I feel like this one had some of the elements of Dark Souls 1 that I like the most, and then some of the elements of like DS3 that I like the least. Overall, it gets to go in A tier. That's what I think. It was a good game. I will play the DLC eventually. Is the reward really broken? Hold on. Do all the Halos. Should I do all Halos next? I can do all the Halos next. Where are they? Halo. Here's CE. Here's 2. Why is Halo 3 separate? Wait, this is 3. Where's Halo 2? Why is that separate from the other two? Anyone see Halo 2 in here? I'm blind. Or it says you already redeemed it. That's dumb. Wheel of names. Okay, hold on. Let me fix the let me fix that redeem. Let me see what's going on with that. If somebody sees Halo 2 on the list, they should point it at me. Also, drummer, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Viewer rewards, channel points, rewards and challenges. Edit. Limit redemptions per user per stream 1. I don't know. It should be user per stream. It's right there. Can anybody else redeem it, or is it just a Waka issue? 4th row. Thank you. Thank you, drummer. We're playing a little bit of Dora the Explorer with chat. Waka issue, Keck W. Yeah, he's got a bit of a Waka issue. Out of stock? That's so annoying. I love when Twitch just doesn't work. When the features that Twitch has just don't actually work at all. That'd be really cool. Okay, well. What about now? It probably will take a second to update. Halos. Just kind of vibing, waiting for car things to happen. That makes sense. You broke the redeem machine? No, so I have it selected as 1 redeem per person per stream. Oh, thank you, Quinn. Rate every Overwatch hero based off how arousing I believe they are. I can do that. Vibing, waiting for car things. Okay, is your car like broken or something? Dude, I only see their face. How am I supposed to be aroused by like just the face? You gotta spin your wheel? You didn't do the redeem. You gotta do the redeem, Waka. I just got rid of the per user block entirely, so technically people can do it more than once. So I'm just gonna ask you to not do it more than once per person. Give you a freebie? Yeah, as soon as I pay you. Okay, robot, not by the face. I think this guy's racist. Basic. Another robot. Sure. Rat. Sure. Basic. Sure. Sure. Robot. Robot. Santa Claus. Another Santa Claus. Another person, another Santa Claus. Why are there so many Santa Clauses in this roster? Muscle Woman, Basic, Gorilla, Basic, MILF, Sure, Robot, Sure, Hamster. She's got a nice hat. Don't like his smile. I like his lack of smile. Robot, but like of a sexy kind, so C tier. Sure. Robot. Sure. Why does this guy have such a cringe smile? Why does this guy look like he's posing for like a school like yearbook photo and being really awkward about it? It's fucking hilarious. A tier. This guy is literally like the Giga Chad meme with the cheekbones. Sure. Okay, there we go. Here's my Overwatch hero fuckability tier list. Don't recognize half these guys? I know like 3 of them. Well, actually, I guess I probably know like 5 if I was really pressed. I know this one's May. I know this one's Diva, I think, maybe. I think this one's Widowmaker. I think this one's Zarya. I think this one was McCree, but they had to change it because he's racist. I don't know. Also, hey, Very Fancy Savior. How are you doing? Welcome in. There he is. There who is? Very Fancy Savior? I guess there he is. Got in an accident 2 weeks ago. Old lady pulled a U-turn in front of you, so your passenger side door and window are not happy. Insurance is going to fix it. It's an old car, so they need to source a door from salvage. Old car. Can't deliver DoorDash, so with the car in that condition, that's not been great. That sucks. Did you get hurt at all? Or also, are you getting money from that old lady or what? Can you get extra money for saying that you've lost your livelihood for that? Ramatra in D tier is a crime against humanity. I was being a little facetious about most of these D tiers. You could bump all of these up 1 tier if you want to feel better about me. Type Widowmaker into Discord GIFs to learn more. I've seen some Widowmaker art. Also, hi Luna. How are you doing? Nice to see you. No one got hurt, just a shitty situation. I'm sorry. You can deliver in a shit car. Yeah, but you can't deliver in a car without a door. Bastion has a little bird. Which one's Bastion? I put all robots in D tier just because I'm purely going off of their faces. And like, I don't mind robots, but I don't know if their faces are what attracts me, you know? I'm going purely off of faces here. Art appreciator over here. We all love art. First in D. Oh, okay. Oh, right. I've played some of these because I've played HOTS, and some of these characters are in HOTS. Hey, I'm supposed to be ranking the Halos. I played all 3 Halos this year. Is that under Half-Life 2? Unsighted. Where's Half-Life 1? Why is it separate from Half-Life 2? I must have named the file something weird. You don't see Vobnary Varg on that list? You're right. I didn't count Vobnary Varg because I didn't have a VOD of it on YouTube, which was what I was going to determine which games I played. You watched a video essay I was talking about the history of Rule 34 and the contributions of Overwatch dwarfs almost everything else, apparently. Overwatch is huge in that. Don't count out Pokemon or Sonic or My Little Pony too, but Overwatch is certainly huge. Halo gang, best gang. I liked all these Halos. In general, this year was my FPS arc, or at least I played a lot of FPSs for the first time in my life this year. I never really played any FPSs before that. And I found that I kind of like them. I like the whole genre. I like pretty much all FPSs that I've played to some degree or another. Because there's a very base, visceral satisfaction to clicking on something and just shooting it. You know, as it turns out, that's actually kind of fun. Between these 3, I think I'm ordering them 1, then 3, then 2. I think. 2, I don't know if it was like a Master Chief Collection problem, but there was a lot of just like graphical and audio problems where I would enter areas that were like fucking impossible to see on old graphics or new graphics, and like the audio would just get really quiet. And there's long sections where there's just like no music playing and the game is really silent and quiet, and then it kind of kills the like epic vibe you're supposed to be having when you're like Master Chiefing. I like the story in 2 a lot. Story in 2 is probably my favorite, just because I think it's really cool to take these kind of like mindless horde, the Covenant from the first one, and like having you look at their position, or having you look at their point of view, and like playing as an elite for half the game is awesome. The problem is that Arbiter plays exactly the same as Mr. Chief. So there's like no functional difference between the campaigns, except, oh, Arbiter has a cloak that like you hardly even use unless you're like good at the game, which I'm not. I feel like if Arbiter played significantly differently from Master Chief, that would be way cooler. And then they just gave up on it in 3 entirely, and then Arbiter became the little brother guy who you don't even play as in single player. You only played 3, it might be the most fun you've had with an FPS. These, I mean, they're cool. 2 is everyone's fave, story was phenomenal. The story is the best. 2 has the best story, and normally I care a lot about story, but I had like the worst experience in terms of the gameplay with 2. 3 has like some really shitty levels and then some fucking incredible levels in terms of gameplay wise. I also feel like 3 in terms of the story is where they kind of succeeded in elevating Halo to being this big soap opera, space opera type of thing. Like Halo was a little more, the first one was a little more grounded. And then 2, they tried to like up the stakes and make it like more grand and complex and scale in terms of what was going on. And then I think in 3, it really got there. It was kind of epic. It was cool. Epic! Oh. If you did claim a free rental from insurance, it would write off the car, which you can't deal with, so you're sort of sitting. Oh. That sucks. I really hope that sorts out quickly, Drummer, especially if that's like your main source of income. Watch an ad that looked like an actual game trailer. Plot twist, it was an anti-nicotine ad. Well, don't smoke nicotine or else you'll be playing video games. I don't know. But yeah, that would be my ranking overall. But like I said, all of these games were like base level fun to me. So also, the mechanical innovations between game never felt very impactful to me. Like, 2 brought in double wielding, which I rarely ever use. And then 3 brought in items, which I never used. I just straight up forgot to use items the entire game. So the main thing from 1 to 2 is getting rid of health and instead having you be just your shields, which kind of actually makes sense. But, I don't know. I liked having the fallback of having extra health in case you do something dumb. Dual-wielding SMGs peak. It was cool. I mostly just forgot to do it. Overall, I think I rate them something like this. 2 was massive, 3 was universal. Every single person knew what Halo was for years. Game defined an entire generation. It was really cool. Just in terms of the story. Also the ending. Oh, another reason 1 is the best of the Halos is I don't know why they fucking tried to do boss fights in 2 and 3 when the boss fights are so bad. Like, both... I don't even remember... What is his name in Halo 2? Fucking Tartarus or something? No, that's Halo 5. Would Halo 2 be forgettable? Okay, maybe I need to change the name because of this. Okay, we'll do that. Halo 1's your favorite of the Halos you've played? Mine too. How are you doing, Lolo? Thank you for the anniversary hats. But yeah, the boss fights... The boss fight with... I forget what his... The Brute at the end of this? It's so bad. The boss fight with fucking Wheatley at the end of 3? So bad. Tartarus was Halo 2? Okay. I don't know... Halo 1 had no boss fights, and good. Good. I don't know why they tried to do them. They didn't do them well. I only played Reach and 1. I'm gonna play the other Halos. I'll play Reach. I'll play Reach. And maybe, what's the other one called? Not 4 or 5, but the other spin-off. Me at Hamburgers? Very nice, Afri. What do you got on your hamburger? Does anyone see a different game that they want to talk about next? From the list. We're going to make bean and cheese burritos that are vegetarian for meals this week. Ketchup and cheese. Ketchup and cheese hamburger. Okay, standard. Bean and cheese burritos slap. I make that fairly often. Rain World? You want me to talk about Rain World next? Okay. I can do Rain World next. Exit 8? Let's do Exit 8 fast. It gets dropped straight into C tier. I don't think I need to talk about it. Because this is like a little hour-long game that's in the anomaly spotting franchise, or not franchise, but genre, which apparently is like a thing now. It was kind of cool. It was, you know, I like how they managed to distill a little bit of horror out of like literally one hallway looping over and over again. Kind of uncanny, making you look really, really hard and be obsessive over details so that when the details change, you get kind of freaked out. That's kind of cool. But it's like an hour long. It's not life-changing. I got something that'll play in it. ODST, that's the other one I'm thinking of. Yeah, I'll be playing Reach and ODST. I don't know if I'll play 4 and 5. Ranking all of my stream games in the last year. Correct, Lolo. Correct. It is a streamer game. Sort of. Exit 8? I mean, you could play Exit 8 if you want, Torrens. I could talk... I don't know... I feel like I want to save Rain World, because spoiler alert, it's one of the S tier ones. I don't know if I want to talk about it yet. 4 is okay, stay away from 5. That's good, because 4 is in the Master Chief Collection and 5 isn't, right? So, I don't even know. Can you even play 5 on PC? Also, hey, Jackie. Worst Frog Fractions? Nice choker? Thank you. It's a tie. I put it on for fun, but nobody laughed at it. Frog Fractions is last year, Jackie. I'm sorry. How are you doing? Okay, Manifold Garden. Right. Rabbit wants me to talk about Manifold Garden. Talk about the DLC in general, how the DLC impacted Rain World altogether. I'll talk about the full package, but mostly the DLC, because that's what I played. Synopsis Quest is not on the list. I didn't play it, Dronin. Such different opinions on Rain World. We do. We do. We do have different opinions on that. Manifold Garden, for those who don't know, it's a puzzle game, 6-ish hours long. That's all about kind of really trippy, geometric 3D environment with like non-Euclidean shenanigans going on. Sort of like a Antechamber, except that here's a really key difference between Manifold Garden and Antechamber, is that Antechamber is white and Manifold Garden is like eggshell. Manifold Garden tints
you are the most beautiful woman in the galaxy.
Just enough. Yo, thank you so much for the follow, Savior. Manifold Garden tints the color palette just enough to not burn your retinas out. Like watching people play Rain World more than you like playing it yourself. Seems to be I think that's a very normal opinion to have. Rain World can be pretty frustrating. Didn't plan to watch tonight, but no GG episode. Yeah, he delayed it till tomorrow, Jackie, because he wasn't satisfied with the editing. Thanks, Savior. I thanked Savior, didn't I? I think I said thank you. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, Manifold Garden is like one of those things where it's cool to go through and experience, but it's not super long, and I don't know how much it really pushes its like puzzle mechanics, and it's one of those like storyless puzzle games. So it's sort of like you go in, you see the pretty environments, you do the puzzles, you scratch your head for a little bit, and then you're done. which kind of ends up being like a B tier game. I mean, that's fun, but not going to be life-changing or anything. I don't know if there's much more to say about this game. It basically is like an antechamber that doesn't burn your retinas out, in my opinion. Why am I live? I'm live an hour early, Flammable, because I thought I could go late today, if necessary, you know, if I want to talk and take things slow and hang out. Nuance less comparison of Manifold Garden and Antechamber? What, you want me to compare them more? Dude, I hardly even remember the two games. Well, I remember Antechamber. Manifold Garden, I'm trying to remember what was even the, okay, this is gonna sound really bad, but what was even the main mechanic in Manifold Garden? It was gravity shifting. That was right. It was gravity shifting. It took me until this long to even remember. It was gravity shifting, right? I feel like that alone should do... The fact it took me that long to remember what the main mechanic was feels like this should be here. Can I go into presentation mode? It should be at the bottom. That wiped the whole thing. Okay, I have to... Okay. Fuck, no, that's okay. We're only a couple of games in. Where are we? What did I just say? Halo? Halo. Uh-oh. Gravity shifting, fun / forgettable tier. Yeah. Oh, now I have... Wait! I have to remake the whole thing. No. Okay. Good to learn now. It's true. This is good to learn now. Okay. You only know Manifold Garden exists because someone who didn't make the music for the game. Someone who didn't make the music? Wait, what do you mean by that? What does that mean, Flammable? The discount package? Yeah, it is 5 different tickets to the raffle is the discount package. Or you save 5 channel points by using that. You don't feel like elaborating? Alright, that's fair. That's totally fair. Exit 8, Manifold Garden, yeah, okay. Exit 8, Manifold Garden, Elden Ring. Elden Ring I put in A. Manifold Garden I put in B, and Halo 2 I put in B. Played Manifold Garden for an hour and didn't like it. You played it again a year later and liked it quite a bit. I thought it was cool. I mean, I thought it was like a cool, neat game. But games were just like, hey, I thought of a neat little mechanic, and here, let me show it to you with some decent graphics. It's not really going to score higher than B tier anymore. Blind, I can never find... Here, I found it. Blasphemous. Thank you. Air is like Manifold Garden? I disagree. The story and a concept, and it didn't waste our time. Oh, okay, you mean in that sense. Did Manifold Garden have a story? I forgot to put Final Fantasy VII back in D. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't you worry. Great game. Wait, no, this I said was great. Great game. One of the best. Fun. Got something out of playing. Shite. There we go. Can I do a shite one? Move Brungo left edge over ABC. What? Like this? Or this? Really? I feel like... Okay, well we're doing shite tiers anyway. I think it was the other way around. An artist thought of a neat visual world and came up with a mechanic so it could be a game. Yeah, I mean that makes sense, but still. Revert? Okay, thank you, Torrance. Thank you for saving the stream. Let's talk about Final Fantasy VII. Let's talk about Final Fantasy VII, since Gorp wanted to do a shite tier one. Kingsfield? We'll get around to Kingsfield. So, listen. You guys know, I don't like turn-based games. I'm not big into JRPGs, you know? It's not really my thing. I find it pretty tedious. Final Fantasy VII, your fight today? You're fighting me today? Okay, go ahead. There's a lot of menuing in those kinds of games. It's a lot of just like slowness. The story doesn't really make sense. Or the story gets like needlessly convoluted and edgy. But I mean, okay. I also didn't know how to run away for the first 75% of the game. I didn't know that runaway was a mechanic. So I had to fight every single battle so combined with the random encounters, I thought that you had to fight every random encounter, which was so frustrating because it like really disincentivized me trying to explore like a screen to figure out what was interactable and what wasn't. I also didn't know there's apparently some button you can press that highlights on the screen what like is interactable and what isn't, apparently. I didn't know that either. So it was just me wandering around, getting into random encounters. These games also aren't really meant for my playstyle of like doing the main story as they tell you. You feel bad for Balsic telling me that? I don't feel bad for Balsic telling me that either, honestly. I know you were slightly upset, Tash. Final Fantasy VII comes from when you had to read the instruction manuals for some games. Well, apparently there was an in-game tutorial that explained running away, but I didn't find it. They said at the beginning of the game, they said, like, go upstairs to get, like, the combat tutorial. And I couldn't find the stairs, and so I just left. There isn't a thing that tells you what's interactable? Okay, well... Anyway, highlight interactable is vital in so many games. I think that it depends. I think it's a little gamey, or it's a little immersion breaking. I think the better way to do it is to just make your environment so that it is clear what's interactable and what isn't. Like have a strong visual language that actually makes it clear without needing... Yeah, use the yellow paint. Use the yellow paint, or whatever. I don't know. Solutions get good. Could be that. Anyway, turn-based random encounters are like, you can't really go higher than C tier with a turn-based random encounter. It's just not possible. That is the antithesis of fun. That is like the single shittiest fucking design choice to ever still be perpetrated by video games. And if you're a designer who makes turn-based random encounters, you should enjoy yourself. You should have fun. You should you should live a long and healthy life. The story is like fun. I like how they go for like these big dramatic moments where crazy shit goes down. That is something that it does deliver on. Is even if the story doesn't make a lot of sense, there's like some high drama to the fact that this bullshit's happening and it keeps getting crazier. Eat a popsicle too quickly and get a grain freeze. Yeah, turn-based developers should eat their popsicles too quickly. Operencia does turn-based just right. They're not random and they don't respawn. Yeah. Yeah, no, random encounters in general are just really bad. Hey, Brongo. Yo, what's up, Roxy? How are you doing? Welcome in. So I would say FF7, because it's got some funny things in it, I can put it in C tier. It doesn't quite make it to shite, because there were, like, you remember the end when the comet obliterates everybody? That's fucking sick. Oh, the Sephiroth fight, where he's just like one-shotting my whole team because I'm like 20 levels below what the game thinks I should because I didn't do any side quests. And with the fucking music going, Sephiroth! Yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, that's gonna be in C tier. The game can be silly. Oh yeah, the Kate Sith, that was really funny. Is Sephiroth a villain? Yes. Yes, he is. How was your day, Roxy? Okay, cool. I don't know if there's more to say about Final Fantasy. I think people apparently like the materia system for some reason. I don't know. I have nothing to say about turn-based combat. I think there's like 2 games in history that did turn-based combat that I liked. No, there's like 1 game in history that did turn-based combat that I liked. Hear people say Sephiroth so often, you thought it was part of the team. No, he's like the antagonist. But he's also sort of the main character because everyone likes him more. Which game is the one? Bug Fables. You only rank 2 Final Fantasies you played as worse than 7, 12, and 13. I rank no Final Fantasy games I have played as... Well, that's not even true. Because I have played one other game other than Final Fantasy 7. And that was Final Fantasy Tactics. It's so influential when it came out, you think it's a product of its era? JRPGs are a relic of older game design philosophies? I think so too, but I think there's a lot of people who just genuinely think that it is like good because they keep making games that are like that, you know? I don't know. They keep making JRPGs that are like mechanically the same as a game that was out 30 years ago. Even by its own standards, Final Fantasy VII is terrible? Damn, Miranda, dropping some facts. Because, like, what about, like, Persona? Persona 5? Like, it's got a lot of style, but mechanically, is it any different from an NES game? Sure, Octopath Traveler does it really well. Haven't played, but people who enjoy those games love them. Yeah, I think that's just, like, an entirely different world of enjoying video games for me. You played Final Fantasies 1 through 10, 10 through 2, or sorry, 1 through 10, 10, 2, 12, 13, 14, 15, Mystic Quest, After Years, and Tactics Advanced. Damn. A lot of Final Fantasies. Haven't found one you thought it was playable? Yeah, I don't know. These turn-based combat games that I've played were either like wheel spin rewards, or they were games that I feel like have enough historical relevance, cultural relevance, were big enough that I should play them for the sake of being a well-rounded gamer or whatever. Sea of Stars did a cool twist on turn-based. Oh yeah? I don't think I know much about Sea of Stars. I've heard the name. Whole heart of a JRPG is a story and characters. FF7's completely incoherent. Yeah, but like all JRPG stories are incoherent, right? I feel like that's kind of the point, is that it just goes wacky off-the-wall bullshit. Took me an hour to review 8 games. Good, because I want to be here for a while. I could always pick up the pace if I wanted to. I'm milking. Is it an hour already? The thing is, the reward is off cooldown if anybody wants to redeem it again. All the Game Boy Final Fantasies, they don't count as one. It's a mana game and the other are all Saga. Okay. Persona is things that make the random combats faster and more involved, which makes them more digestible, and they aren't random. Yeah, I mean, not getting rid of random encounters. I feel like in general, we're past random encounters in game design nowadays, but turn-based is still around and I feel like basically unchanged. I don't know, what should we do next? If nobody's going to redeem a thing, which I think it's off cooldown, if somebody wants to redeem a thing. Is there a game that somebody wants to talk about next? I think... Gorp wanted me to try to find a shite tier one. I feel like anything I choose as shite tier is going to make things upset. Increase the price of end stream? Yeah, we leveled it up. Tell me my undying passion for later alligator. I can do later alligator. Below 0? Okay, let's do later alligator. Where the hell is it? The fuck is it? Here. So this is a game that it's got this really cool animation. It's like, it looks like it's all hand drawn or whatever, hand animated or whatever, but it's got like these really nice lines. It's really cute. Little point and click. Mute stream because he hasn't played it yet. Yes, that is what the power gap is for. Get rid of that E. I'm a North American. What? Where? What E? Wait, what? Which E? What are you talking about? Oh, shite? Oh yeah, my bad. Let me change that. Arse. Brung E. I'll be honest, at first when I got into later alligator, I was like, this is not the kind of humor that's vibing with me. This is like the quirky Twitter humor where the idea is that if a character just keeps talking long enough, then eventually it becomes funny. And it doesn't really work on me. And it's also kind of like Toothless because it's like so committed to being cozy and comfy and whatnot. I didn't get rid of the E? What do you mean? I got rid of the E and shite. Better not have eaten the egg yet? No, the egg is right here, Eminem. You want me to do it? What's up, Eminem? Eminem's here, so we can do the egg. If we want to. Let me finish talking about later alligator. That said, by the end of later alligator, I feel like the writing was starting to work on me a little bit more. I feel like I was getting more into the groove of it. I was kind of enjoying some of the choices that they made with the characters, and the little mini games that they have you do are enough to vaguely keep your interest in like a Subway Surfers in the corner kind of way. What egg? Yeah, Eminem redeemed a cooking with Brungo for a century egg, so I do have a century egg here, and I am prepared to eat that. Anthology of the Killer. Yo, good luck, Roxy. Good luck, good luck. Yeah, Chinese egg is a aged egg. Yes, she's serious. Did I get a rinse? Yeah, I mean, I opened it up under water, which is from what I like looked up a video from like a Chinese cooking channel that I follow to see like what to do, what you're actually supposed to do with century eggs. You're not really supposed to just like eat them straight up. It's considered a delicacy. I don't think it's really a delicacy. I think it's just like a normal ingredient that's in some dishes. I'm still watching. Safe as salami? Yeah, exactly. It sounds gross. It's supposed to be disgusting if to a palate that has not used to it. Oh god, is it gonna do this again? Why did my channel alert, why did my subscription alert change today? I'm so upset. I don't know why. I changed nothing and it, whatever. Hi cousin, thank you so much for the Bezos bucks. How are you doing? Not supposed to eat them like all the other delicacies, where they're like an ingredient. You like cook with them more than you just eat them. Same way putrid shark is a delicacy. But it's not like a delicacy in the sense that it's not like expensive or rare. I mean, they're like really cheap in like Chinese markets or whatever. They're just like an ingredient that you use in some dishes. Sounds like an interrogation technique. Google describes the taste as ripe blue cheese with a hint of ammonia. It's a delicacy and that delicants can't eat it. I'm pretty delicate. Supposed to pretend the delicacy is an ingredient in your dish, but use normal food instead? Maybe. Not an egg person, neither like flammable or ball stick. I like eggs. I don't like too many eggs on their own. Like just a big plate of scrambled eggs I'm not like big fan of, but eggs in things are good. Anyway, later alligator. I was building up to putting this in B tier because by the end of it, I was like kind of getting into it. Maybe high C. This is like a low B, high C kind of a deal. I think I'll put it at a low B. Do I ever eat farm eggs? No, I don't. This is a victory for you? Hell yeah. And the little twist at the end is fun, I guess. Even though Eminem called it. Glad I loved it. I love all the video games I play because I love playing video games. 2 below CE? Yeah, 2 is the worst Halo. Do Rogue? I think Eminem wants me to do the egg now. Lolo. Are Century eggs vegan? No. Because they're an egg. But I'm vegetarian. God, I'll be honest, I'm kind of really nervous because if I puke, I think that's like TOS. Isn't it TOS to puke on stream? So, this is what it looks like, for those who don't know. Kind of smells fishy, is how I would describe from the outside. Eat it off cam? I have a better idea. I'm gonna eat it on cam. Don't throw up. It's a duck egg, by the way, because that's what they had at the Chinese supermarket that I could find. Halo 1 and 3, only A tier, Omega wrong. What? A tier is good. I really like those games. Did I purchase it? I purchased it, yes. I did not wait several months for it to age myself. You can't watch? I should not be smelling it. Nobody will tell you Twitch about my projectile vomit? Thank you. I think the ones in the US are only aged a few days. I guess. I mean, it's like a mass-produced product of wherever. Okay. Come on. What? I got a really small nibble because I was afraid it's going to be like so putrid and so rancid that like even a little nibble would like fuck me up. But that was actually fine. Bite half of it? Fuck you. Hey Smeebit, yeah, Century egg, exactly. It's an aged egg. Normally they're sliced in wedges. Yeah, you normally see them like sliced in things. Color of it makes your skin crawl. I mean, it's just cured. All it is it's cured and aged. Yes, it is usually darker. This is a pretty weak one, I think. So here's the thing. When Google described it as tasting like having a hint of ammonia. You know what ammonia means? It means like pee. It kind of smells like fish. It tastes like fish with some urine in it. Piss egg. It's like a piss fish. Eggs make you sick to your stomach normally. I really shouldn't eat more. Because honestly, it's not even like it's that bad. It's mostly just the anticipation is like my stomach is ready to puke. This is the banana pepper of Century eggs, no potency. I think this is a pretty weak one. I do think it's a pretty weak one that I have. Chomp the piss egg. I don't even think it would be that bad. I just think that because I'm expecting it, as soon as I bite in, I would just instantly retch. Like, the anxiety over it is making me nauseous, which I can't combo the anxiety with the actual flavor. Yellow snow in egg form. Maybe a yolk test? I would have to go get a knife and cut it open. I don't really want to do it with my hands. I need to try the yolk. You want me to go get a knife so I can cut it open? I can go get a knife. I can do that. Enjoy lamp. Something moved behind the door? Oh yeah, that's just Jerry. He lives in the walls. Free stream! His door is ajar. He has a tie? I've had a tie the whole time. Did you guys just notice? Excuse me. Always forget the visible door isn't the exit? No, that's the closet. It'd be weird to... I think it would be weird to have the exit behind you when you, like, sat in your room. I'm not gonna do that. Okay. Mystery of Stranger's Room across the internet. Oh, it's not even, like, jammy. It's supposed to be, like, jelly... Oh, wait. Yeah, it's all, like, dry. Oh, gross. This is a very low-quality Century egg, I think. I'm pretty sure the yolk is supposed to be, like jelly, like Jello-ish. Have a tie? I could talk about Beethoven's Ninth. I couldn't, because I don't know what Beethoven's Ninth is, but I'm sure it's a great reference. Show us what's in the closet? I mean, I guess it is Pride Month, so I should. Happy Pride, everyone. Would it be in poor taste to puke out the window? You know, these windows don't even open. I actually can't even open these. Sorry, I couldn't. Was that mold? No, it's supposed to be that color. I don't have to eat that. Everyone in chat says otherwise. Is that it's not the maggot cheese? No. No, it's not. Oh, it is getting really pungent in my room. I gotta do this fast and get it out of my room and throw it away. Okay. Can Kasumatsu... I don't know what Kasumatsu is. Is that the cheese? You have a chance to see Beethoven 9 nearby. Tickets are so much more expensive. How much points to put on public domain Beethoven 9? You could just link it to me if you want to. Oh, it's fine. I mean, it's disgusting, but it's fine. It's really just not that bad. And I really don't want to eat a full bite of it. Put egg on the tier list. I can do that. Hold on. It just takes me a second. Please don't take a full bite. I'm not taking a full bite. I'm not. I won't. Okay, let me get over here. Let me upload egg. Swallow it whole? Why don't you swallow me whole? How about that, Flammable? Gonna go hug Homer for immoral support. That egg is so gross. I have a palate cleanser. Because I also got some Haichu when I was out at the Chinese supermarket, so I'm gonna be eating the Haichu as a palate cleanser. I won't even taste it? I did taste it. I literally tasted it. You get paid for what? Goose neck it. What does that mean to goose neck it? Okay, eat a miracle berry and then eat this. That is such a good... I actually still have the Miracle Berry stuff, Tash, but it won't do anything because it's not sour, and that's what Miracle Berries do, right? And so you get rid of sourness. But that reminds me, I gotta use those things up at some point. It's recommended to put an egg in your arse. It's not. Some people do that. It's alkaline. Yeah, which is like the opposite of sour. Okay. I'm throwing this away and getting it out of my room before it stinks up the place. I'll be right back again. Wait, hold on. Enjoy a lamp. What's up, folks? I swear the door is slowly opening. All right, I'll check. I'll check what's behind the door. Judging me for my Toulouse. I don't know what that is. Is it my tie? I think I know what a Toulouse is. Hold on. Whoa! Nothing in there. Okay, I'm here. Brungo looks like Weird Al wearing a tie. Lamoa. Lamoa, indeed. Mega Lamoa. Sorry, Iron Wolf. You redeemed a tier list. What are we doing with Iron Wolf over here? Sex toys tier list. Can I do this on... I can do this on stream, right? Wait, this is fine, right? Excuse, exist, phone, please. What is Flammable saying? What's Flammable saying? Sorry, did you get flashbanged by this page? Am I allowed to show dildos on... I can show dildos on stream, right? Dude, why are these so tiny? I can't... Is this just like glass butt plug? What is this? I think this is just glass butt plug versus like metal. What are you question marking me for? Cat E. This is what Iron Wolf redeemed. Let me do this real quick. Don't know that I should risk it. I mean, I've already showed them. Go likes them big. You think I shouldn't risk it? Let's just do it real quick. Let's just put this in a random order that definitely doesn't... I can't even tell what this is. I don't... What is this? Is this a love ent or something? I don't know what that is. Okay, there. Do I use these things? No, definitely. Of course not. That's my final tier list. There you go, Iron Wolf. Of course not. I should have got more water. Aren't I saving myself for my fans? I'm saving for myself for all of my fans at once. Yes, at the exact same time. They look like office supplies. I want to work in your office, Torrens. Boy. People do worse than that on Twitch? Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's fine. Okay. Video games. What should we talk about next? Feb Spook? Hold on. Wait, let me look at this. What happened? That was pretty weak. That was weak. I could have done better. Sorry, Brungo, you like me, but not that way. No, that's fair, Avery. I wouldn't. Any of you. None of you. Not a single one of you. You just don't like me? I know, Flammable. Should have rolled backwards. I should have fallen on my ass and screamed. You're right, Gorp. Feb Rungo. Also, Evie, was that your first message today? Hi, Evie. How are you doing? Got a clip of someone who's casually doing 120 on the freeway today and his girlfriend was freaking out. What, on? He was streaming while doing 120 on the freeway? 120, no, 120 is very fast, Eminem. That's like nearly double the speed limit in many, well, not on the freeway. Well, yeah, on the freeway, isn't it? Okay, streaming while driving already sounds illegal, let alone speeding while streaming while driving. Yes, I mean 120 Americans. Do Rain World for Eevee. We could do Rain World next if you want. Where is Rain World? There is a lot to talk about with Rain World. Is it Rain World time? Here it is. Brungo doesn't know the speed limit on the freeway, Lamau. Isn't most highways 65? How should I know? Rogue? Gorb really wants me to do Rain World. And Eevee showed up, so I guess I should do Rain World. I am the one who doesn't drive. Many people do not drive. Did I redo this but put games in order? What do you mean in order? What do you mean by in order? I'm ordering them right now. Like 80 tops? Right. Theb is the only person in the whole world who doesn't drive. It's true. I am in order? Okay, what do you mean by that? In order of what? They're all random? No. No, they're not. They're really not. I'm sorry. They're alphabetical down here. You don't drive, you're epileptic. That's a good reason not to drive. Okay. Rain World. So, this... I actually played Rain World last year as well, so this is the only game that appears on both this list and last year's list. But this is appearing again because I played the DLC Downpour since then, and it's like more than the length of the base game significantly, like twice as long. He's randomly assigning tiers. I get it. I get it. No, it's very funny. Chat tier list, rank us, make a tier list of chatters, and I'll rank it, submit it with the thing. Also, hey Patches, how are you? Welcome in. Good evening. Can you make a tier list of chatters? Sure, and then link it to me and I'll do it. Madam won't let you get your license. I mean, I have plenty of reasons to not get my license as far as I'm concerned. Put you in the egg tier. What, the arse tier? No. Egg in arse tier. Nice tie, Avril Lavagine. Avril Lavagina. Okay, thank you. The thing, okay. The Rain World, yeah, Downpour is just progressively gets better than the base game. Like, I think the more you play it, the better it gets. Exclamation mark backseat. Avril Lavagine. Basically, okay, so there's a couple things that impresses me about Downpour. One is the way that a relatively small change in the base powers of your slug cat, or like the base mechanics, like completely warps the way that you interact with the same world, or nearly same world. Also, the world changes. The world changes a little bit every time, so that you have something new to explore and like to note the changes. And then your slug cat's a little different every time, which changes the way that you interact with that world, which is really cool. And it also becomes much more directed than your first playthrough with Survivor. When you do your Survivor playthrough, you're like fumbling through the world, you have no idea where to go, you have no idea what the game wants you to do. It's about just like exploring, and you end up seeing like the whole world just by accident, and you feel kind of underpowered, and you don't really have a direction. Whereas most of the Rain Worlds, the Downpour slug cats, at this point, you understand the base outline of what the campaign is like. So you know there's only a couple points on the map that are actually significant. So you go to, every run you either go to Moon or you go to Five Pebbles and you see what's there. And that makes it flow a lot more smoothly and lets you really appreciate the differences between the slug cats. Discount package should be 40k? No, that would be far too much of a discount. Which I think is really good. I think the only thing that is lost a bit when you make the game more direct, and also the storytelling more direct. The story is much more of a traditional narrative in the Downpour campaigns. Like, you can kind of there's like actually something going on. The only thing that's lost when you do that is that I think the Survivor playthrough is so much about this kind of, philosophical, like, pseudo-Buddhist ideas about how life is suffering and how you're trying to break free of the cycle, and, implementing that in a very direct and literal way in the gameplay. Whenever you have, like, your theme baked into the gameplay, then that's, like, really cool, right? That's, like, the best thing. Doesn't this one really good streamer, better than Rungo streamer, do game redeems for 5K? Why would you want game redeems to be 5K, Waka? If game redeems for 5K, there would just be twice as many tickets, and it would be exactly the same. Hey, Brungo, what would I do? For what, Danny? What would I do for what? Anyway, I'm saying, right, the downside to making things more narratively direct in Downpour is that you lose some of that, like, more philosophical, meditative angle from the original Survivor playthrough as you become more familiar with that world. That idea of, like, battling through an environment that you're unfamiliar with and desperately trying to break free, it kind of gets lost. But all of that changes with the Saint playthrough. Also, what's up, Soho? What's up, Emissary? How are you guys doing? What would I do for a Klondike bar? I'd pay like $1 or $2. How are you doing, Soho? You're gonna Theb that Rungo? Not on stream, you won't. That is against terms of service. Would I rather have pizza flavor water or water flavor pizza? I guess the water flavored pizza would just be water, or flavorless. I guess water flavored pizza, because pizza flavored water is just like a really smooth blended pizza. It sounds disgusting. Okay, so the Saint playthrough. This is where everything comes all together in Downpour, and it's so beautiful because now the game is challenging you to go to every single corner of the map that you have spent all these dozens and dozens of hours exploring of the other playthrough, but this time not randomly like in your original Survivor playthrough, but with purpose, because now you know what you're doing. You're going to each of the echoes, you're slowly raising your karma up. You understand, you know, you have like a goal in mind, and it's instead of like exploring a world that's completely alien to you, you're exploring the far future version of the world that you have now become familiar with, and so it's alien in a slightly different way. What is this? You can't make a tier list of anything on Tier Maker. This is true. And then it all caps off with bringing back that like esotericism from the original Ascend ending in the Survivor playthrough by having the ending where you finally allow Five Pebbles and Moon to ascend, complete with like mixing together the sci-fi and the mysticism by having basically a predestination paradox, tie everything together in a big loop, aka a big cycle. The whole game is about cycles, so it's like meta, like there's so many different meta layers about how like cycles and breaking out of cycles come into play in the game. It's so good. It's so good. It's like actually incredibly good. One might even call it art. Art. And also fun. Anyway, nobody here is talking about Rain World, so I assume none of you care. But that is what I have to say about it. What on earth is this? Moistness ranking of your OCs. That's what that is. What the fuck is Rain World? Yeah, I know. What about a jar of strawberry ghost pepper jelly? What about it, Wolf? How much would I pay for that? Probably nothing. I don't really want to get that. Hype for the second DLC? I don't think the second DLC will get... I mean, the second DLC is just going to be like one more campaign, right? I don't know if it's going to be the same layer of like impact on me. There's a game you found very sad. It was really... Yeah, I mean... The way that it does the environmental... Well, it's not even like environmental storytelling. It sort of is. It's the way that you become gradually more familiar with the world every time, and so you become more appreciative of the differences in the world between the different playthroughs as you like piece together the overarching narrative that's being told sort of out of order. Care about my Rain World opinions? Thank you, Soho. You know, frame of reference for anything outside the base game? Yeah. Outside... Past the first playthrough, you become more directed because you know where things are. And then it uses that to gradually change little things at a time in order to, you know, change your preconceptions. Plain Boral? What does that mean? It's cool. Could you please turn it down a notch? My public speech is disturbing the children. Am I too loud? Is that what you mean, Patchers? I mean, fuck me for discussing video games in my video game discussion stream. I apologize. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I don't know. It remains always a pretty ruthless, relatively unforgiving game that has moments of bullshit of things that you can't control, but it integrates that in a very thematic manner. If you hated your time with the first playthrough, why would you be inclined to do another? I would imagine you wouldn't be. Just hate Rain World? Yeah, of course. I mean, you've never had a good opinion in your life, so. More like Pain World, it's true. The slime leopards, is that what they are? Have I ever had rhubarb? Not like actual straight up rhubarb. I've had rhubarb flavor like candy. And probably in a pastry too, at least once. Last chance to type in chat and get on the wheel that will be spun. Somebody's spinning a wheel around here. Anyway, I don't know if I have more to say about it than that. Gorp, do you have anything to say about it? Could not bring yourself to put yourself through that again? Yeah, like I said, I think your playthrough had just a very, very unfortunate thing that happened in your playthrough, where basically you took a wrong turn at a very bad time, which you absolutely are right to blame the game for allowing that to happen and not making it clear that you were taking a wrong turn. But I think that is where our experiences with the game diverge. Like rhubarb, like to eat it with sugar. It's good in desserts, yeah. Modanui Online will get ranked. This is true. Doesn't. Redeem something good, like cock al vin. Yeah, I'll put your cock in my vin. How about that? Having a rhubarb crisp when you're considering food redeems. I would be down for something rhubarby. Okay, if nobody else has any Rain World thoughts. Hello, streamer, rank faster! No. We could move on to the next game. Which game should we talk about next? Anybody have opinions? Below... Oh, right. Abby wants me to talk about Below Zero. Where is that? Here. Okay. Talk about Mario 3 after? Sure. Gorp talking about Rain World. Great game. DLC puts into perspective how the base game is a high jumping point for something greater. Yeah, I think the DLC, yeah, the DLC pumped this from an A to an S. From like a game that I enjoyed the concept of, but didn't quite but like was painful to actually play, to something that I just think is like one of the best games ever made. Below Zero on Metacritic. Wait, am I killing you, Lolo? What am I killing? Oh, Rogue. Oh, well, okay, we'll do Rogue after Below Zero. How about that? So the thing about Below Zero is it's just more Subnautica, right? And I feel like the new stuff that they're trying to do is all the stuff on the surface and like the cold mechanic. But the cold mechanic ends up being completely irrelevant because it becomes kind of trivial to keep yourself warm. Like, and they like oversaturate the surface with all of the like hot peppers and whatever that you need to like keep yourself warm. Yeah, Below Zero is Subnautica too. And in addition, and you're already like familiar with the mechanics of how things work because they didn't change a whole lot from Subnautica 1. So that whole idea of like exploring into the unknown and not knowing what's there is kind of diminished. And that sense of like isolation is gone too, because this one actually has like characters who you talk to and you're more of a character yourself. There's more of a like actual narrative that you're following. So all of that makes it like less impactful. All of this makes it less impactful, I guess, than the first one. Like the oxygen plants underwater is the main thing you can say about it so far. Weren't there oxygen plants in the first game? I'm a real character. Thank you, Roxy. I'm trying. That said, I thought it was kind of cool to introduce some of the characters, even if it did significantly change the tone of the game. I just like, as a sci-fi guy, I liked having Alan in my head, and I liked the idea of building him a body. And just having more of a direct story that you're following. You know, I enjoyed it. But it doesn't have that, like, X factor that the first game did. So, it's like a B tier. I don't know if there's more to say about it than that. At the Brungo, no huggies. Okay. Well, fuck you too. I wouldn't want to hug you anyway. Curls up in bed. I hope you're comfortable, Dronin. Enjoy the bed curling. That's about where you're leaning, so it makes sense. Yeah, it's just like Subnautica, but missing what makes, for many people, Subnautica super special, I feel like. Still cool. Not incredible. A rogue. I have to put one in the D tier? Well, wouldn't you know it? We are talking about Rogue, if I can find it. Here. This game is a very old game. I think the version I was playing is from 1980, and I think that's based off of, like, actually one from the late 70s, if I'm correct about that. So it's like text-based. And it's just been completely obliterated by the passage of time, because I already don't like roguelikes very much, typically, right? Is it text-based? Well, the visual is text. What do you call that? When you have text visuals? Rungo, can you answer your question? It would help me a little bit. What is your question? How large can the tier list be? I don't think there's any size limit. You can have hundreds or thousands. ASCII? Yeah, but is it still called ASCII? If it's just... Is it always called... Okay. I didn't know if ASCII applied in this situation. Yeah, it refers to a character set. Did ASCII exist in 1980? I don't know. Would I do the whole thing if it has 400 people on it? Yeah, sure, why not? Anyway, I played this for one stream. I did not finish it. I could not be fucked to finish it. This is a game where the only way you enjoy it is if the novelty of controlling something on your screen, and like if the only way you would enjoy this is if playing a video game is a novelty to you. I would think. I think this is... It is so RNG and purely luck, and there's just... and brutal, and I couldn't play more than a day of it. Had to be there to enjoy Rogue? I think so. I think, like, if the concept of playing video games is cool, and you've never played another video game, roguelike should avoid RNG. Well, I think that's the whole point of a roguelike, is to make the different runs different from each other. So, right, having some RNG makes sense, but this is just... I felt like I never had any control. No one has time for Rogue's BS? Yeah. The idea is, like, this would be something where it's like, you know, you play it on, like, your college's mainframe, and then you, over the summer, you manage to get one victory, and then you tell all of your nerd friends about it in, like, the 80s or whatever. NetHack was more advanced but equally cruel. I can't get over, like, the art style. I can't get over the gameplay. There's nothing in here for me at this point in history. Yeah, when they refer to a roguelike or a roguelite, this is the rogue. People are not very fastidious typically about maintaining the distinction between a roguelike and a roguelite, but some people will be pedantic about that difference. Now you feel like you have to play it? You can play it if you want. You probably won't find a whole lot in there to keep you interested. I think. Personally. Anyway. You reckon playing it at least once? I mean, I'm happy that I played it, I guess. Brungo, do a tier list. Wheel of names. Oh my god, okay. Waka wants me to spin a wheel of the names of all these chatters. I think this is just everyone who's chatted today, right? This is everybody who has chatted in streams so far today. Alright, I'll spin this wheel. Sorp. Wait, was he Sorp? Are you Sorp? Oh my god, it's Nick Jackie! Nick Jackie won again. Wow. Incredible. We did it. Oh shit. Oh no. Okay, I don't think that's a wheel you guys wanted to win. I think that's a wheel you guys did not want to win. Rest in peace, my boy Jackie. Gone but not forgotten. Ban time? Yeah, he got banned. Also, hey Zeldy, what's up? Should I spin it again? I feel like I don't want to spin it again, because I'll get somebody else banned. Okay. Well, video games. What should we talk about next? You don't want to get banned? I don't want to get banned. Ban Brungo. What is that wheel? That was a wheel of all chatters who have chatted today. Waka had me spin it, and then he banned whoever won. Someone else can redeem it if they want to ban someone? Okay. Talk about Half-Life? Sure. Let's talk about both the Half-Lives, I guess, together. Where's the first one? Here. Who won? Jackie won. Or, which is really a loss. I should unban him. Here. Did that even work? I think Waka already unbanned him. Gonna go to bed now. Good luck with the game list. Yo, thank you, Avery. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. What do I want to say? I don't know how, like, weird this is for someone to say coming from the games now, but I think I enjoyed Half-Life 1 more than 2. One thing that I really liked about the first Half-Life is how all of the different, hello. Yes, I'm watching. All the different missions felt very distinct and different. Some of the missions you were like blazing through, killing about all the things. Some of them were like basically stealth missions or felt like stealth missions. I like the I love the levels that were like you trying to make your way in through a battlefield that was like aliens versus military, and you're just trying to like get from one side to the other. Most people prefer one, is that true? Okay. And I really like the like kind of scripted action pieces that happen in real time rather than cutscenes when you go through an area. Like I watched, I don't know if anybody's seen that documentary that Valve put out about the making of Half-Life for like the 25-year anniversary, but I thought it was really interesting to watch, and like that commitment to having things happen in the real world around you instead of like breaking it up to being a cutscene still felt really cool, I think, all these years later. Constant monologuing of Gordon in Half-Life 2 is annoying. Yeah, I know, the guy never shuts up. Melon? What does that mean, Dronin? Oh, something about Half-Life 2, right? Had enough of wheels for the year. You were in the top 6 of a 30k V-Bucks giveaway where top 5 got a prize and you were number 6 out. I'm sorry, Iron Wolf. Maybe next time. Melon. Also, Half-Life 1 ends with this crazy sequence where you go to, fucking... what's the... Zen? Is it called Zen? Alien dimension? And you fight the giant baby brain, which is like an actual cool boss fight. And you get like the low gravity mode, which is, again, it just every single chapter of the game feels different from the one before it. Felon? No, that's different. Half-Life 2 was still cool, right? First man alive to admit enjoying Zen. Is that an unpopular opinion? I think I have several opinions that like I say are cool and everybody else apparently hates them in the games. So I don't know what that's about. Anyway, the problem with Half-Life 2 It has some cool things. I think one thing that's crazy about Half-Life 2 is watching like the facial animations in a game that came out in what, 2004? Generally not a well-remembered set piece. I think it's really cool, personally, to just for the sake of the variety of it. You have 42, a lot of them don't appear frequently. That's okay. You can... Actually, I don't know if I want to... Now I feel really bad about the actual idea of ranking chatters, because I feel like that's going to be really rude. Just ordered pizza? What did you get on your pizza? Played a lot of games this year? I played 64. I almost want to put Half-Life 1 in S tier, but I'm probably looking at it through some rose-tinted glasses. It's like either high A or like low S. I think this game was really cool. And then, also, what was my other problem with A? With 2? My other problem with 2 is that a lot of the levels just feel like you drag on for really long. Like, a good 30 to 40% of Half-Life 2 is literally just driving the boat around. You're just, like, in the boat. Do I see myself playing a game better than Outer Wilds before I die? Yeah, probably. I mean, Mobius is going to make another video game eventually. The guys who made Outer Wilds. I'm sure it'll be even better. He's gonna put them all in trash tier anyway. You gotta get as many as you can. I don't know what I'll do about it. What did you get on your pizza, cousin? Hello, Gordon. Outer Wilds was not the first video game I ever played. I think I want to do it. I'm gonna put it like this. Fuck it. I'll put the first Half-Life in S tier. I don't even care. I don't even care. Okay. What next? I might need to go get water on account of my mouth drying up. How about that? I'm gonna go fill my glass with water. Somebody decide which game we're talking about next. Nth one in the first column. Let's fucking go. Where is this music from? Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, more people said things. Let's talk about how bad Final Fantasy VII is again. I don't know if there's more to say. Roast Mario RPG before Tash's bed, but not immediately or bisected between streams. Okay, I'll hold off until Tash tells me to talk about Mario RPG. This music, I think the previous song was from Celeste, I think, Jonan. This is from Banjo-Kazooie. Why do I hate Final Fantasy VII? Turn-based random encounters could not go higher than C tier. It is impossible. It is donkey tier game design. Impossible. Summons Fat Chocobo. The summons are pretty fun. C tier top right, thank you. Okay. Flammable said papers, please. That's the first thing that was said. So let's do papers, please. Where is that? Donkey tier, a dog's errand. Exactly. It's a kangaroo on the animal well image. Where is papers, please? Here it is. This game was really fun. It was really cool. I think the strength of this game is that it it really makes you feel bad about your actions. I don't know. For a game that's just like a little pixelated point and click with like one static screen where you either click accept or reject, and you know, very simple layout like that, you do kind of get invested and immersed in the decisions that you're making, and you end up having to balance, you know, you have to end up balance, oh, do I feed my family? Do I save my own skin? Do I help this people? Do I help this person? You know, having to weigh competing interests, some practical and some moral. Guilt Trip game stuff is usually really weak. They make it work. They make it work, and it's interesting because they make it work in a really organic way, because they present these like in-game systems of like needing money, needing to follow your job, but then following your job can sometimes be immoral, in a way that you kind of organically reach those moral decisions that without having to be like explicitly told to, I guess. My rating on this game could be used as evidence against me in the American Cultural Revolution. If there's an American Cultural Revolution, it will not be communist. I'll tell you that much. Cobra-stan! No. It's not as, like, all-encompassing WoW as, like, Oberdin to compare with the other Lucas Pope game, mostly just because it's more simplistic in terms of, like, the graphics. Yeah, there isn't the wow-ass sad music when you do things. When you do sad things, it doesn't play it up. It's not dramatic about it, right? It's kind of just like, it's very matter-of-fact about, you can do this, but like, do you want to? You know? And that makes it done really, really well. I don't think it left like a crazy impact on me, enough to bump it into S tier as an experience, but I thought it was pretty cool. As a light enough touch, it's never not funny. Yeah, it definitely balances the humor in here really well, which is good, in a way that's not heavy-handed. And it's just like a really original idea too. I mean, everything Lucas Pope does is like, there's not really any other game like it. How many hours will this stream last? I could go another 4. I think we're moving a bit faster than that, but maybe 3. Put the game in the tier first, then explain why it's there. What if I have to think about it first? So people can get shocked first? Do you think you think I'm going for shock value here? Alright, fine. 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 I'll go shock value. What are we doing next? Think for 30 minutes and put it in a tier. Chat will go crazy. Alright. Shock you with Mario 3. Hold on. Let me think for 30 minutes first. C tier. Mario 3 A at most. It's I'll put it as a high C. It's a high C. The game that looks like an eye, Filament? I could do Filament next, that's fine. Egg tier. It's not egg tier. It's not quite egg tier. I thought Mario 3 kicked my ass. So I'm not thinking of Super Mario World. Super Mario World will be lower. Spoiler alert. I like Super Mario Bros. 3 better than World. I thought that one thing I'll say in the favor that I think is cool is that I think each of the levels have a really surprising amount of variety of them within them. It feels like going from one level to the next, there's a lot that's really like, this is a new idea, this is playing differently. This one is like kind of a gimmicky Mario Maker level. This one is like a real platforming challenge. This one is like just straight up a new mechanic. There's, you know, there's a lot that's not, you know, repetitive. There's not a lot of fat on the game, which is cool. Too zooted to race these accurately? No. I just have opinions, which are correct, by the way. That said, fundamentally, I just am so bad at 2D platforming, and so this kind of kick your ass if you make one mistake, go back to the start. If you make too many mistakes, you have to redo levels because you game overed. How do I feel different about a piece of media? Oh, how dare you feel different about a piece of media? Yeah, that's a good thing that my opinions are always correct, so if anybody else feels differently, they're the one who's wrong. Banjo was this year, by the way, Torrens. I think it's in this list somewhere, right? It should be in here. Yeah, right here. Be glad I wasn't playing Super Mario Bros. 3 J. What's the difference? But yeah, there are parts of this where I thought, that's cool, I like that, and there's parts where it's like, I'm just getting my ass kicked and I can't handle this, and I'm just moment to moment not having a lot of fun. But honestly, this is a pretty high C tier. I think this almost made it into B tier, realistically speaking. Because there were moments where like, yeah, I'm kind of enjoying this. There were moments. I also don't remember having as many problems with game overs in this one as in World somehow. The whoa whoa clip of me is still the best for this game. Wait, I don't remember that one. Which clip was that? Can you find it? Curler power down mechanics and levels. Oh, really? Oh yeah, I liked how you can actually have like 3 tiers of power-ups in this one, so you can actually like get hit 2 times before dying. I have not played Super Mario World 2. I have not. What is this image? I've never seen that before in my life. I don't know what that is. I guess I should also do Super Mario World while I have them next to each other, right? Like I said, this is lower. So I think Super Mario World adds more mechanics, but the problem is that because it adds more mechanics, it plays as if you are using them, but I'm bad at using them, which means that I just end up even further nerfed and even worse at the game than I was at Super Mario 3. Also, the way that secrets worked in Super Mario 3 is they were like a bonus. It's like, if you find the secret exit or the secret warp, then you get to skip levels, and it's like, you're rewarded for that. The way secrets work in Super Mario World is that you are required to find the secrets in order to advance at several points in the game. It's a lot more like you need to backtrack over and over again to previous levels to try to find the thing that you need. And also, the weird saving systems was kind of funky to me. It's not Super Mario World's fault I'm bad at video games. What's your point? Was it required to find a secret exit all of twice? Yeah, which is 2 more times than I want it to. You know what would be a good game? Would be playing as Bilbo in the mountain trying to find the Arkenstone, but it's really, really well edited. I could play that. That'd be fun. What is this?
What? 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 They do that?
Yeah, anyway. Once in Forest Revolution, once in Chocolate Island? Yeah, and it's bullshit. I found an optional secret exit in Chocolate Island 2 and skipped like 3 levels. Yeah, and it sucked. It's pretty good, to be fair. That is a good clip. That is actually a good clip, Shy Guy. Thank you for finding that. Like, both times... That was my... The thing is, Super Mario World, I beat it faster than Super Mario Bros. 3 overall, right? But my experience was like, going through levels that are like relatively not that bad, getting to the 2 points where you're required to find a secret exit, and just getting stuck for like an hour and a half, not knowing what to do, and it just like ruining the pacing. and then getting to like some levels that just kick your ass. It felt like more uneven. It felt like, I don't know. If you like platformers, this is probably an improvement over 3, but I don't, and so I didn't have fun playing it, and I'm gonna rank things based off of my experience playing them. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna like rank things saying if I was good, this would be A tier, because I don't know. Grim Fandango? Oh hell yeah. Gris, we're doing Grim Fandango because Lolo asked. I don't want to mess up my blade. Grim Fandango, it's interesting because don't want to mess up my tier. This game has like some puzzle design that is just like objectively kind of bad in the sense of it's you just kind of have to use everything you have on everything available because you can't always intuit what you're supposed to do. What is this ad emote? Because it's from Santa Giggle. Okay, whatever. Wait, did that go through? Did that go through? Yeah, okay. I did. It's absurdist in that way. It is, and that's the thing. That was how these kinds of point-and-click puzzle games worked in this era. I don't see that emote, but you saw me click the button. Refresh chat. Okay. But in this game specifically, I kind of like it because it's got that like cartoonishness to it. Yeah, first of all, this is not the most egregious example of like a bullshit to beat point-and-click puzzle game. But also, because it's got that like cartoonish, I guess like what's the word I'm looking for? Not aesthetic, but I don't know. There's a specific word I'm thinking of that won't come to my head. Because it's like inspired by like cartoons. Seeing the wacky, crazy stuff that happens, yeah, sort of sensibility, I guess. Seeing the crazy stuff that happens is just entertaining. It's like, oh, using the fucking bread on the doorknob doesn't make any sense, but I want to see how that possibly helps me, you know? Or like, bread and doorknob isn't a real example for the game, but like, turning the, you know, you're dicking around with the anchors in the boat room because it's the only thing for you to click on and the only thing for you to interact with. And then you're like, what is this going to do? I have no idea why I'm doing this or what this is going to do once I do it. And then it just fucking cuts the boat in half and you drive away in the half of the boat that you were in. And that was the solution for how you get out of your predicament. And it's like, you don't know what you're doing or why you're doing it, but the end result ends up being really entertaining. And on top of that, the actual writing is really good and really funny, and the voice acting is really good, and the music is really good, and it all like lends to this atmosphere that is you don't mind being stuck in, you know? Remember when Glottis was like, wah, 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 wah. Yeah, I remember that. Can I do the tie adjusting move? Well, let me tell you a little bit about, oh my god, what the fuck did I just do? Let me tell you a little bit about Grim Fandango. The key thing, as I was saying, is that it gives you an environment where you're okay being stuck in it because it's cool and the voice acting's good and the environment is cool to be in. It's got this kind of relaxed, smoky, funny, smart, witty, clever everything to it. I think it belongs in S tier. I think it does. Contained. My 7 TV's broken. No, wait, contained is lowercase, isn't it? I think contained is just lowercase. Down to one stream, I can trash Super Mario RPG. Okay, let me do that. So, it's turn-based encounters, but they're not random encounters. So it has a possibility of escaping C tier. It is on the table for this to escape C tier. It doesn't. It's still a C tier game. Probably even lower than Final Fantasy VII, honestly. I'd probably put it like here, from my experience with it. I don't know. I feel like I got so little out of it. The thing with like these kind of JRPGs is that if it's gonna pull me through the hell that is its combat, or the hell that is its gameplay, I want to at least be like entertained by the story. I want you to do like crazy bullshit with the story if you're going to have like gameplay that I don't enjoy. And so like at least Final Fantasy, they fucking kill people off, they fucking drop comets on people, they have like Sephiroth and shit. In this it's like, what? Mario runs around? What even happens in this game? Mario collects 7 MacGuffins and then he wins. Also, Butt, what's up? Looks like someone's been a bad boy caught with 34 counts of brungen out. I'm about to make it 35. Sorry. How are you, Butt? Curious what I might think of Paper Mario 2 someday. I've only played Thousand Year Door. Who dies in Final Fantasy VII? Aerith. Do you agree with me on this one? You feel like the game's overrated? It's just like... It's like a super dumbed down, simple JRPG that doesn't really become more entertaining by virtue of being dumbed down, and instead just becomes kind of like, I just want to, I don't know. Also, I got frustrated several times trying to run away from things because running away was like RNG, and I didn't actually want to kill the things. I don't know. How was Thousand Year Door? Better. Thousand Year Door has more entertaining gameplay, for sure. I think I still put Thousand Year Door C tier last time. I might put it low B. Let me see. Let me look at my list. Where did I have Thousand Year Door in there? Yeah, I have Thousand Year Door in C tier last time. It goes down here, honestly. I think there were some charming moments from this game. But I don't remember. I don't... Off the top of my head, I don't remember any. Cloud's virginity gets killed. I think I think my Cloud didn't lose his virginity. I think he got lost. Yeah, these are all the games from this year, but 64 games in the last 365 days. So I had to try the remake at least. Most of your friends prefer RPGs, so you're curious. I don't understand the point of remaking these games, personally. Like, I don't know. I guess you have different graphics. Dark Souls 3? You want to talk about Dark Souls 3? Tash, I hope that was enough discussion for this game. I hope you're alright with it. I don't know if there's anything else I need to touch on Super Mario RPG. I was pretty fucking bad at it, too. I think I was missing something important, which is why I was bad. I always do the Virgin playthrough. Yeah. They did retranslate Thousand Year Door, yeah. I'm a real Nintendo 64 brunger. Is that a compliment? To be a Nintendo 64? It's fine, you're more willing to argue with me over Super Mario World. I mean, I'm rating based off of my experience playing the game, right? And I just didn't have a lot of fun playing this game. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do, you know, about that. I did all 60... Oh, I did 64 games. That's why you called me Nintendo 64. I get you. You're a sucker for different translations. You have 7 Kafka metamorphoses. Yeah, Thousand Year Door is often compared to Kafka's works. Very Kafkaesque. The winner gets a one-way ticket to the Great Brungo in the Sky. There is no Great Brungo in the Sky. I don't believe it. Don't believe that. You have your list of 53 chatters, but there has to be an image for all of them. Like, can't you just have words? I'm sorry, Flammable, but you brought this upon yourself. Okay, what do I do? Eminem wants Metroid Zero Mission. What? What does that mean, Lola? Where am I going? Zero Mission. Here it is. You can only put one game in the raffle, and you already did. Oh yeah, I mean, that's One day you'll have points for more, I believe. Before we spin the next wheel, I mean. Well, maybe, I don't know. It'll only be a couple days, probably. 1,000-Year Door is more like Beckett or Jerry. I don't know either of those people. Spin the Wheel of Waka. Do you have a link to it, Eminem? You're supposed to give me a link. Metroid... Oh, wait, hold on. Here's the wheel. Oh, Beckett did Waiting for Godot. Okay, now, Waka, I want you to not... I don't want you to ban whoever wins this, okay? No banning, okay? No ban. No banning. This is just for fun, I guess. Don't ban Gorp. Do not ban Gorp. Gorp did nothing to deserve this. Alrighty. Okay. Okay. Well, there goes Gorp. That's the whole point of spinning? No, wait. Gorp made me restart the tier list? Yeah, I mean, it took like a minute to go back. Wait, unban. Does that even work? Why does unban not work? Did Waka already unban? Gorp, can you talk? Why am I so bad at chatting? Or, I mean, using Twitch? Gorp? Gorp here? I don't have permission to moderate chat? Hold on. I need to try to find... Where's... Bro, why does /unban not work? Either he's here and not talking, or he's gone, or it doesn't work. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with that. I know it's right to leave the sacrifice banned. How come Waka gets to remove bans and I don't? What's up with that? Wait, what? That's the man I trust my game tiers with? Who is trusting me with my game tiers? Who here cares about my opinions on video games, actually? Who here is watching for any reason other than to disagree with me? Where are my mod actions? It would all end in tears. It's true, I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom. Bro. Mod actions. How do I unban... How do I unban Gorp? Why does it not work? Oh my god. Hold on. I need to figure this out. Can you not get banned? Yeah, that's fine. Stop messing around. I genuinely don't know. I don't know why /unban doesn't work. Why does it not work? Does anyone have an actual reason? No. He's milking while Gorp suffers? I don't know how. With this tier list, I'm making a good faith attempt to represent my own opinion. Thank you, Rabbit. Thank you. It really means a lot to me. Dude, this is so annoying. I genuinely... Can he send an unban request? No. I genuinely want to unban him, and I just don't know how. I actually don't know how. Why does /unban not work? Okay, Waka did it. I need to figure out how to unban people Twitch. I'm Googling it. See, it just says type /unban, but that didn't work. Why does /unban doesn't actually work? I don't understand. I didn't type? I did. That's what you did? Why doesn't it work for me? Why can't I moderate my own channel? What is wrong with Twitch? Dead as hell? Back. Okay, anyway, Waka removed the ban, so we're good. There's only one game of yours on this list, by the way, as your top-rated viewer. You should have won the wheel a few more times. Probably was a clerical issue going on at Twitch HQ. I'd appreciate it if next year won a few more. Yeah, I'll pass that on, cousin. I'll make sure that the higher-ups at Twitch understand that you should be winning more raffles, and I'll make sure to rig it in your favor. He already did it? No, it didn't work before he did it. Okay. We're talking about Metroid Zero Mission, by the way. Dark Souls 3? No, we have to get through Metroid Zero Mission first. Okay. They said to place it first. So this is a Metroid. And as I said with Blasphemous, a lot of these things kind of like blur together for me. Metroid Zero Mission especially, I was not feeling in the first half because it felt like I was just playing an accelerated version of Super Metroid. I was just playing Super Metroid again, but like faster. But then the cool thing came with that final twist or whatever, that final act where you get reset back to zero and you have to do like the stealth section, and then you get like the final run back at full power where you just like obliterate everything in your path or whatever. That whole sequence is really cool and was like different from Super Metroid and other Metroids in general. It felt cool to first go through an area super weak and having to stealth everything, and then going back and obliterating everything. It's kind of like condensing the Metroid experience into one act. Hi Gorb, welcome back. I'm sorry that I couldn't unban you myself. I don't know what's going on with that. Game was cool once it was over and I had God mode. That's not what I said at all. Did you listen to me? That's not what I said. I don't like trines. That said, it's still a Metroid. So the first 2/3 were like I said, it just felt like I was playing Super Metroid again. It gets a high B tier. In my book. Ashes wants me to talk about Dark Souls 3. Still save stated on the final boss. I save stated on the final boss because it was the end of the day. Because I have work in the morning and I don't want to do another stream the next day that's just me fighting the final boss. It was just me saving time. That's the only reason I save state. What do you mean he still save stated on the final boss? Lol. 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 Dark Souls 3. I don't even see it. Here it is. Run Q. There's no Chapium or Copium. What the fuck even is Chapium? None of that. I'm not coping. I save stated because it was the end of stream and I wanted to finish the game before going to bed. Okay? Sue me. Dark Souls 3. This was my least favorite Souls. Because... who gives a shit? Nobody gives a shit, Rapid. I'm just doing, you know, the funny thing where I get angry at a chatter. Because people like watching streamers be angry, you know? So, anyway. Yeah, Dark Souls 3 was my least favorite Dark Souls. So, there's a couple of reasons for this. Until Kingsfield, that doesn't count as a Souls game. Kingsfield doesn't count. One is just my personal path through the Souls games. Your pizza game? What's on your pizza, cousin? I keep asking and you keep not answering, I think. Because I played Dark Souls 1, I had no idea what I was doing. And so it took me forever, and I felt completely lost, and I struggled really hard. And that made it kind of bad in the moment, but it made it really memorable. In Dark Souls 2, it was similar. I had a horrendous magic build, which meant that I struggled a lot on some of the DLC bosses, and they were really fun. And then in Dark Souls 3, I had a better idea of like how stats actually worked. And so I had like a halfway decent build with a halfway decent weapon. And nothing really seemed that challenging, like in the game. Half spicy Hawaiian, half feta spinach tomato. It sounds so fucking delicious, actually. Sounds really, really good. You should give me some of that. If Dark Souls was a pizza, which one? Cheese. Dark Souls 3 would be like pepperoni. The problem, so for that, I feel like a lot of the direction that they went in Dark Souls 3 in terms of the combat versus earlier on kind of sucked. In one aspect, they just wanted to make the game more like faster and arcadey. They like make everything into dex from DS1, so you roll faster, you cost less stamina, you attack faster. So no matter what class you are, you just play as dex basically. And in particular, because rolling gives so many iframes and costs so little stamina, and you go so fast even when you're medium rolling, you don't actually have to learn, and you don't have to learn any bosses, right? Also, because bosses have so many different attacks compared to Dark Souls 1, it becomes less feasible to actually learn their attacks because they have so many. So it becomes less like you learn the boss's pattern, you execute your reaction, and then you eventually win. And it becomes more, he's doing something, spam roll. And there's like a 60% chance that the attack will hit during your iframe because you have like infinite iframes. Infinite rolls, infinite heals, exactly. It's not just that it's easier, it's just that it feels less tactical. It feels less like you're learning and doing something, and more like you're just spamming roll when you see him do something. And so I don't think there was a boss in this whole game that I spent more than like an hour and a half on. DS3 best PvP? It could be. I've never played PvP in these games. A lot of storyline callbacks. There were a lot of storyline callbacks, but I feel like in a game whose whole message is about letting go and breaking with the past and bringing in a new era, having so much of like your visual and level design and story be nostalgic callbacks to Dark Souls 1 is kind of off message. You know what I mean? The whole game is like, you need to let Dark Souls go, and then every single second it's like, remember Ornstein? Remember Anor Londo? Remember Smough? Remember this place? Remember this thing? It's like a big, yeah, remember Havel? It's just like a big member berry, basically, which is off message for what the game is. And like I said earlier, the color palette, everything is gray. And I understand why everything is gray, because it's supposed to be like the world is fading and the world is dying, and so everything is ash. But it's kind of boring to look at. I don't know. So, that said, it's still a Souls game. I still had fun with it. B tier. Can you cooking redeem snake wine? No. You cannot. You cannot do that. Might I offer you a drink? Says the wine snake. Would I eat pizza that had a century egg as a topping? If it was cooked well and not too funky, sure. There are no delicacy clause? No, there's not a no delicacy clause, but snake wine is not vegetarian. This pizza is not a... I'm sure it wouldn't taste like this. Can't wait for this next review. Can't fucking wait, to be honest, for real. Oh yeah, which game do you want me to review next, cousin? Do you want to choose the next one? I feel like there's a game you care about. Made the title cards for your channel for starting editing Be Right Back in technical difficulties. Holy shit, Tash. You put more work in your channel than I ever did. In that, I guess I don't have a technical difficulties one, and it took me forever to have the other ones. Snake could still be alive. It might bite my nose. It's possible. You don't eat the snake? I don't care. It's made with snake. A snake dies to create the thing. That's all Brong Oaks is your favorite card? You like this card? I feel like a lot of people like this one. For some reason. Snake might not be dead. They put the snake in alive. I think the snake is dead or will die. You don't care? Okay. Cousin doesn't care which game I do next. You have a theme, you can probably guess what it is if you look at your offline image. It's not one you've seen anyone do, so you feel sufficiently original. Oh. Your offline image. Hold on. Is this a save? A save? I don't know what this... I can't extrapolate what the theme is from this, but it looks cool. Anyway, next game. Zoomer moment. It's an old person thing. I know it's like a floppy disk. I mean, I know it's a floppy disk, which is commonly a save icon. What should I talk about next? We could do... Did somebody want something? I forget. Somebody said something in here. I forgot which one. You blame society? For what? Liking PvP in Dark Souls? We could do Banjo-Kazooie. Kingdom Hearts next? Oh, you want to do Kingdom Hearts, Nas? Yeah, what's up, Nas? We can do Kingdom Hearts. Omega Milking. Okay, my bad. I was waiting for someone in chat to suggest a game. Hi, Nas. How are you doing? Kingdom Hearts was a wheel game. And... listen, I don't like anime, and I have no particular connection to Disney. So this is not my target audience. I'm not the target audience. I understand that. I don't know. The story of the game is like asinine, bullshit, crazy, insane that they're taking themselves seriously with this. More than viable to hate on Kingdom Hearts. Oh, I will. Might be an egg. It might be an egg. There's some levels where it just feels like you're going around and there were several points where I was going around in circles, not sure what I needed to trigger in order to make the next thing happen. And it turns out I just needed to go in and out of a place multiple times before the trigger happened, which was really dumb. There's some levels where the music is just like horrendously like it hurts the ears to listen to the music and you're on loop listening it for so long. The combat feels kind of like clunky and basic because you're just sitting there spamming A over and over again. And the camera is too close and the level design is just like weirdly just like not exciting and there's nothing to do. The only highlight of this game is watching the batshit crazy moments of like Disney characters do interact with convoluted JRPG anime storylines, which is funny, right? You don't feel so vindicated with the video. The thing is, that funniness means I sort of got something out of playing it. I laughed at it a few times. Goofy talking about the plot. Yes, Goofy and Donald too. The fact that Goofy and Donald are your main companions, and so they are given lines where they have to say serious things in Goofy and Donald voice is just like someone somewhere in the process of making this game should have said no. This feels like a fucking George Lucas moment. This feels like a prequels phenomenon where there was just like a lack of sane people in the room saying no. Gotta do this second for Goofy. I might play Kingdom Hearts 2 if it wins a raffle. I feel like I need to put this in D tier just because it's arse. Even though I sort of got something out of playing it because it was funny, but it was... I don't know. I think you play this game because 2 is 1,000 times more fun. I heard that the combat's better in 2. I also think this game like drags on a lot, I remember. And also the story makes zero sense. And the people who think that it makes sense like get really mad when you start telling them how it doesn't make sense. 1 holds up like dog ass, 2 plays way better. Okay, maybe I'll play 2 at some point. It could happen. Back to Banjo? Okay. Yeah, let's go back to Banjo. We got another Arse tier in here. Banjo. A lot of people really like this game. I had a couple problems with playing this. One is that I feel like anytime you emulate an N64 game, you have a controller issue, unless you're like actually have an N64 controller, which I don't, just because it's like so weird, or it's so different from like any modern controller. Like, I probably would have been better playing this on fucking keyboard than what I ended up doing, honestly. Maybe not, I don't know. So I had problems with controls. I had like some bugs. Fundamentally, what makes this game bullshit is the whole note system. Because it's supposed to be a collect-a-thon, but it makes you recollect the things you've already collected if you ever happen to die in a level. And, like, you need a lot of those notes in order to actually unlock, like, the ending. Like, there aren't really a lot that are optional. Give it a D and move on. I don't want to give it a D because, like, there's some, like, charming characters in here, you know? I feel like the reason why people like it is sort of that cartoonish charm. And Banjo and Kazooie are cool and cute. And then but most of the game is just kind of doing some, like, mini games with, like, really lame platforming. It's so charming. I don't know if it's so charming. This is somewhere in C tier, I think. Mole with the glasses drinking on the beach. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Like, hey, there it is. The music, we're listening to the music right now. The Tulip Quiz. The Tulip Quiz is certainly an ending of all time, except it's not the real ending. The rhyming is certainly a choice. I think some of the levels were cool. The platforming, the movement feels really bad. Even compared to like fucking SM64, which already SM64 doesn't feel very modern in terms of movement. But compared to that, like Banjo and Kazooie, it's not really about platforming or movement, right? You did miss Kingdom Hearts being trashed. Yes, you did. I'm sorry, Tash. I don't know, the more I remember and talk about this game, the more I almost want to put it in D tier. I think I'll give this a C just because it's cute. I don't know, where in C though? How about this? Something like that. Field Quiz is S tier. There we go. Ballad, yeah. You know me, I already kind of hate platforming because I'm bad at it. The final boss with this game was so horseshit with my controls. One time I got straight up soft locked and I lost a run to a glitch. That's a one-sentence summary of why Kingdom Hearts sucks. Like, I don't know. Like, it's not good. There's no good gameplay. The story is inane. The music can be good, can be really grating. Let's go with it's not good. Finish your tier list? Holy shit. Flammable has finished their tier list. Why is Link to the Past Game Boy version? It's just like the... Wait, I played... No, I played Game Boy... Wait, no, this is Link's Awakening, that's why. It's not Link to the Past, it's Link's Awakening. My eloquence knows no bounds. Hey, if you want the full explanation, you can go back. Oh my god, wait, Lolo sniped Flammable's tier list redeem. Get fucked. What do we have? PMD personality test. What is this? See it... Wait, this has music. This has music associated with it. What is PMD? What? See a cake that has passed its expiration date, but only by 1 day. What do you do? It's an expiration date. It's not like it's... What? No, of course you eat it. What do you mean? Do you know what an expiration date is? Come on. Hiking up a mountain when you've reached a diverging path. Which one do you take? Narrow or wide? Wide. Do you make any New Year's resolutions? No. Who's that woman standing in the window? Oh, that's just Jane. Yeah, she lives in the walls, along with Jerry. How are you, emissary? Wide duck? Yeah, I go for the widest duck ass of a path. PMD, P my dick, got him. Yo, you fucking got him. You're running a marathon, and at the start, you fall flat on your face. What will you do? I'm giving up. Fuck that. This is a visual version of the toy tier list. I don't know what this is. This is a personality test, apparently. You have a really important test tomorrow. What do you do? Well, I definitely don't study all night long. I'm not much of a studier. Oh, this is an Earthbound. Wait, I've never actually played Earthbound, but isn't this what the background is like for the game, for the turn-based combat? You know what this is? I'm not studying all night long. You ever realize you were hogging the conversation? I think so. Typically, I'm not the one talking a lot in a conversation, but this has probably happened at least once to me. Your friend is running a little late to meet you. Is that okay? Yes. What's your studying style? Cover what I need to. I've been asked to do a difficult task. What will I do? I'll do it myself. Typically. Do I have good study habits? No. I seem to be. Is this going to be like a jump scare? Am I getting jump scared? The quirky type. You want to be on the cutting edge of fashion. You want to own all the latest stuff, but you grow bored of your old things and only... Where the fuck are you getting this from? Yeah, I'm so fashionable. Look at... I'm wearing a tie with a t-shirt. I'm so fashionable. People have a hard time keeping up with you because you change so quickly. Oh yeah, I stream at exactly the same time every day for 2.5 straight years. I change so quickly. I'm quirky confirmed. I'm kind of quirky, aren't I? I like to hold up sporks. I like to XD. Yeah, and it's true, I never touch games twice. People changed. Now, I'm a lamp. Too embarrassed to admit the truth. I am not quirky. Throw away all my blue clothes every week and buy new ones. I wear the same shirts from fucking high school. You may want to reflect on how your words and actions affect others. So a quirky type like you... What is this? What does that mean? This is a Squirtle, right? What is this one? Why doesn't this come with... Wait, how did I get the blue ones? How did I unironically get the blue ones? I guess PMD meant Pokemon... something test. I guess it was a Pokemon test the whole time. Why doesn't it even... It doesn't even say which Pokemon these are. It just expects you to know. Oh, it's the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon quiz. Wait, which Pokemon are these? What is this one? This one's Squirtle, right? That's Pikachu? I'm the only one who doesn't know? If I'm the only one who doesn't know, how come not a single person has answered my question? That's Charizard. It's Pikachu, Ice and Water. I feel like nobody knows who this Pokemon is. Rungchu? Literally nobody knows what this is. Hold on. Reverse image search. Why did that... Oh, right. It's called Piplup? Oops. Piplup? Okay, Piplup. Gotcha. Perfect. Thank you. Pengroin. I don't know why it's called that. It doesn't look like a pengroin to me. Sorry for the flashbang. Why is it called Piplup? What is the pun? It isn't a real Pokemon. It was invented by humans. What do you mean? Pokemons are naturally occurring. It's called Big Boobs. Oh, let me reverse image search Big Boobs. Gimmick of Mystery Dungeon is you play as a Pokemon. At the start, they give you a quiz to decide which Pokemon you be. Oh, okay. It's Pregnant Luigi? Let me search for that real quick, too, while I'm at it. You're a total Piplup. Back to your regularly scheduled tier list. What am I even tier listing? Which game? Flammable, or sorry, Patches said Red Dead 2, right? I totally forgot I technically played Red Dead 2 within the last year. It's crazy what you do in a year. You can do Red Dead 2. So I hate open world RPGs. I think that in general, the like run from place to place to do dialogue trees with nameless NPCs for like 100 hours through an uninteresting open world with the games are just too big and uninteresting and don't do cool stuff. And yeah, I think that fundamentally, I don't think the genre is good. I think it's just boring. But that said, I didn't really play RDR2 for the game. I just treated it like I was watching a TV show because the story is like actually really well done and the voice acting is really good and there's like a lot to talk about in terms of the characters being fleshed out and real, and you can just watch it like a TV show, which it basically is because the game plays itself. The horse mechanics are horrible. Horses are bad in every single video game, and this game is no exception. Trying to control your horse feels awful. Trying to control your character feels awful because every single thing has like a different button to get your character to do something instead of just having an interact button, and I don't know. I should change the highlight redeem to Eevee mode. Other people use highlight my message than just Eevee. It's not just Eevee. Shadow of Colossus is a horse game? Oh, that's not good. Maybe it has a good horse, surely. Elden Ring had an okay horse. But yeah, the story is actually like really good. It's a lot about, you know, what it means, what it actually means to be free, and like where freedom comes from, and how we're more bound by our, you know, what you would say, by our obligations to others and our sense of obligations to others. And there's a lot of the story that's actually told in the acting, which is rare. For most video games don't have the budget to have like actual acting, you know. Freedom ain't free, just tie. Not that kind of freedom ain't free. Cowboys for Pride Month. D-tier cowboys didn't really wear those hats, they wore bowler caps. Yeah, I mean, I don't think any... Cowboys in general were mostly like wage earners, like or wage earners who were hired by companies to like move cows up to the train, like herd cows up to train tracks so that they could be shipped off to Chicago for meat clacking. Real, like that's like the real cowboys. They're also a lot of them are black. But anyway, this isn't a play on the historical American West. This is a play on the Western, which is a completely different thing, right? Anyway, this goes in A tier. Even though the gameplay is horrendous and like you just play, it's as a TV show. This is a really good TV show. Like this kicks ass. This is worth watching. Maybe not worth playing, but it's worth watching. Not what Brokeback Mountain told you. I haven't actually watched Brokeback Mountain. Should I watch Brokeback Mountain? Oh. The cowboys, not the cows? What are you talking about? What's Brokeback Mountain? It's a movie with some gay cowboys. Can you roast Final Fantasy Tactics before you go to bed? Yeah, sure, I can do that. Only watch Brokeback if I need a good cry. I don't know. I don't really watch movies. I only watch movies like with people mostly, and I don't really have anyone to watch movies with. Maybe if someone wants to watch Brokeback in Discord or something. I said a lot of them were black. I thought you meant the cowherds. No, yes, I was talking about the people. I was not talking about the cows. Where is Final Fantasy Tactics? Oh, here. So, I'm sorry, Cash. Here's the thing with Final Fantasy Tactics, right? Is that it's turn-based combat. First of all, that's not terrible, because this is the kind of turn-based combat that I feel like turn-based combat is more suited for, in that it is tactical, right? and that is more about manipulating a lot of, different things on the field and having to make sound strategic choices instead of just like spamming the same thing over and over again. There's a lot of little things in play in terms of mechanics like height and whatnot. To give it depth, there's several problems. One is there's a grind. You're kind of expected to do the random encounters. I skipped every single one because I didn't want to do that shit. But you're kind of expected to in order to actually make use of like the job mechanic. The main gimmick is that you mix and match abilities by ranking up different jobs with the characters in order to make like a character that has the right abilities to do something cool. But that takes so much like time and effort because you have to grind out those levels, which I just could never be bothered with. And it's really, the combat feels really slow. It takes a long time. There's way too much of it. Lots of encounters that aren't really consequential, but you have to do them all. The UI is pretty atrocious. It's like really bad. It's like menus within menus within menus within menus. In particular, the fact that turn order is hidden with a menu within a menu when it's like the most important thing in the game, turn order. I feel like turn order should just be like a sidebar or a banner at the top or something that's always clearly available, instead of every single time I want to do a move, I have to do a menu within a menu within a menu in order to see when that move will actually happen relative to everyone else. That sucks. So you're just constantly menuing, trying to keep up with things. Cloud is hot. There's no cloud in this one. The story, cozy song, it's a cozy song. From what I remember, the story of this game was actually... There is Cloud in this one? I don't think he's called Cloud, is he? Whatever. Semi-secret character? Okay, well, I never found him. Did you not find Cloud? Did you not play... I didn't play a second more of this game than I needed to. The thing with the story is that it's actually, compared to a lot of JRPGs, it's pretty competently written. There are like characters that have motivations and a little bit of depth, and things progress in a somewhat logical way, and there isn't any crazy twists even when you end up in like the demon realm fighting demons or whatever. It's sort of all built up. The problem is that it loses that JRPG like wackiness. You like the sad ending? The sad ending is cool. But I'll be honest, I don't remember 95% of what happens in this game. I couldn't tell you a single character's name. I couldn't really tell you anything that happens. I just know we go to the demon dimension at the end and kill people and we die and something. And I think we stop the demons, but we lose. I don't know. It becomes forgettable because it's well written. It's like competently written, but it's not. That just makes it like unremarkable compared to Final Fantasy VII, where you have like crazy shit going on. There's no comet being dropped. There's no like stupid bullshit. I feel like, I don't know. I would rather, if it's not going to be like, more than being like well written, I just want it to be interesting. If it's, what game am I talking about? Final Fantasy Tactics. Main character is named Picard. He's trying to stop a black goop man. No, that's a completely different video game. But yeah, it's just fundamentally, it's not really interesting. I forgot everything that happened in the story. And the combat was a bit of a pain. The gameplay was a bit of a pain. This goes in D tier. It does. It actually goes below Kingdom Hearts. I'm sorry, Tash. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. How many Final Fantasy games have I played? 7 and Tactics. Those are the only two. Cat update late on her side on the floor and blinked at you. Was she trying to communicate to you in like Morse code, Epicity? Also, hi, Epic Kitty. How was your day? Below Kingdom Hearts, below Super Mario RPG and Super Mario World? Yeah. Yeah. Because, again, I forgot... This game's biggest strength was its story, and I literally forgot everything that happened in its story. All I remember is, like, the gameplay, which I don't remember ever enjoying for, like, a second. I think she was simply being a kitty. Okay. Kitties do tend to be kitties. Like, the one thing I remember from this game is where I actually tried to interact with the mechanics is when I wanted to build a character that had aim plus 20 as like a knight, so that I could do like, which is like a super long wind up move that does tons and tons of damage. And I was like, this is all I want. I'm going to do a setup where one character stuns the enemy so that my other character can wind up his aim plus 20 in melee range and do a ton of damage. And then I got it off once. And it did, like, okay damage. But the problem is, here's the real problem. The story characters that it gives you are overpowered compared to the actual characters that you train yourself, unless you, like, grind really hard, I guess. Right? I think if you don't grind really hard, then the story characters that they thrust on you in, like, Acts 3 and 4, or whatever, in the back half of the game, are just one-shot everything on the field and are so much more powerful than your own characters that all of the grinding that you did do is just worthless. You just use those characters and you win. I don't know. I did not like playing that game. Banjo-Kazooie C tier hurts you get it, but it hurts. Yeah, as you might be able to tell from my C tier, I'm not much of a platformer fan. Not much of a platforming guy. I got a... Do I have a cat update for you, Epic Idiot? My cat was meowing a lot this morning. Like, when I was still in bed, she was doing, like, all throughout the house, like, her big meow asking for attention. That is the most that I heard out of my cat today. I don't know what it is she wants. She was probably just looking for attention. Do Filament? Rabbit asked for Golden Idol. I should do Golden Idol. She was blinking? Yeah. Golden Idol is sort of Obra Dinn adjacent. Sorry, Tash, by the way. I feel like I need to apologize again for my opinion on Final Fantasy Tactics, but I feel like I explained myself. I explained my reasoning. Golden Idol was trying to be an Obra Dinn. What are these games? Not a single Call of Duty. Some of the secrets for Golden Idol were, like, kind of cool. But, like, some of the levels, some of the cases, the mysteries were interesting. But I would say the interesting ones were, like, 2 out of the 10. And I think the rest were either, like, a dumb gimmick or just, like, kind of fast and short. I also feel like the overarching story, I didn't really totally get what they were going for or, like, what the point was. I think it's just tracing this, like, from what I recall, and I vaguely remember what even happens, it's tracing the path of this golden idol as it gets picked up by some cult that's using it to try to stage a clandestine coup to take over England, and then they succeed, and then they fail, then they get overthrown. And that's the story of the Golden Idol. And it's like, I don't know what they were going for here. It's some very British game. The art style is very unique. Let me put up a Curse of the Golden Idol. It's Case of the Golden Idol, I think. All the characters look like this, which is a very unique art style. Basically, they're all ugly. They're all very ugly. I think it was kind of cool to have them look like this. Not the most pleasant thing to look at. Very British game. Beast wanted to change that? What? Golden Idol? You remember this game? It was okay. It was okay. I feel like it's a high C, low B. A tier? No. I remember it being pretty unmemorable. Where's the and more? What does that mean? Some of the ones were fun, and some of them were, like, kind of forgettable. It feels pretty forgettable to me. I guess I'll put it in low B. Because I didn't, like, actively hate playing it ever. Solving the puzzles? Well, that's sort of what I mean with the puzzles. I don't remember if I got stuck on anything. I think sometimes I recall that they had, like, gimmicks. There were, like, whole levels that were kind of, like, gimmick levels where you had to, like, break some code or something. Someone looked at Oberdin and was like, hey, Lucas Boat made a game imitating the Max graphical style. I'm going to make one that imitates EGA, forgetting nobody liked EGA graphics. I don't even know what an EGA is. But I thought it was... Yeah, it's not exactly the best graphics. B equals didn't feel intense hatred. Yeah, that's like low B, is not intense hatred. I don't know. Like I said, there's a couple of levels in here that make the game worth playing, and then the overarching story will make you just make it feel kind of like a wet fart. EGA is 640 by 350 with 16 colors. Let me look at this. EGA graphics. Enhanced graphics adapter. This? Holy shit, it's Duke Nukem. You think this is what they were going for? I don't know. Oh, yeah, I guess I could kind of see that. This looks like The Thing. What's it called? Case of the Golden Idol. Anyway, let's keep going. Somebody wanted Filament. Okay. Filament is like a weird one for me because I feel like I enjoyed Filament more than probably anybody else on Earth ever would. Like, I can't recommend this to people and think that very many people are going to think it's incredible, but I had like a really actually fun and meaningful way playing it. Please tell us what it is. It's just a puzzle game. It's a puzzle game where you dock with a spaceship that was in distress, and you are being guided by Juniper, who's, you know, supposedly on the bridge, and she's guiding you as you solve the puzzles to try to open up the bridge eventually so that you can release her. And as you do so, yeah, dock, I know, as soon as I said the word dock. There is a cat in the game. The cat talks to you? No, that's not true. I think you're thinking of a different game. That's wrong. What do I mean, no? I mean, no. That doesn't happen in Filament. You're thinking of a different game. His name is Banana? No. Cat sells you a ring that reduces fall damage? That is Dark Souls. The puzzles in Filament are well regarded by puzzle game people. The puzzles are really fucking hard, actually. I got stuck on them for so long a lot of times, and they've got like this witness element to it where there's also environmental puzzles to try to solve that unlock like these secret logs. And as you collect the logs, you're like reading through these people's personal files, and some of them are like inane, and it's like, why am I reading this? But like as you go through all of those logs, you get like these little pieces of clue about the disaster that fell on the ship that explains where everybody went and why they're not there. Collecting logs, yeah. It's a lot of like reading if you want to read through all of them, especially if you're like reading through them on stream. Then you're gonna end up being like, oh god, this is like way too much to read, especially when a lot of it is like the same thing from a different character's like log entry, same messages. But the interesting thing, you're notorious for despising reading out loud. Yeah, I wouldn't play this on stream. I don't know if you're a puzzle game person in general, but I wouldn't want to do that. It sucks because if you read every single second of it, it takes a lot of time. But at the same time, through doing that, the interesting thing for this game, what makes it work for me, is that as you realize what happened to these people by unlocking their log entries, you slowly start to realize that the story that Juniper is telling you doesn't quite match up, right? The story of the person who's talking to you and narrating these events. I streamed all of these. I did. I'm advising NAS. Spoiler, I'm in the spoiler section. If you care about the game, you should have the stream muted. But yeah, you slowly realize that the story that she's telling you doesn't quite match up with what you're reading, and so there's like tension. And most of the game has this really like ultra comfy aesthetic, you know, the world of, or the spaceship that you're exploring and walking through is like super cozy. It's like lived in. You're reading all these logs about how these guys had their board game night and how their cat was pregnant and they have like the cat and everything. But then there's like that slightly sinister undertone where you realize that you are being lied to, and so you're building up to that moment where you finally get to open the bridge. And so the whole game, I was being led forward by wanting to know what was behind that bridge. You know, what is the reveal? And for me, the cat got pregnant in space. The cat came pregnant with the ship when they started their voyage. Yes. It was a surprise to all of them. It's like a thing. And so I was saying as I was playing, you know, how much I like this game is going to depend on how good that reveal is. How big is that? How like that reveal will determine everything. And then finally you get to that reveal at the end after struggling through some fucking fiendish puzzles. And it's sort of a cop-out because it sort of doesn't really explain anything. But at the same time, I like the way it doesn't explain anything, and it was like, it was interesting. I think I liked it a lot. I almost want to put it all the way in S tier, but I also feel like I can't quite justify that because I don't think there's another person on planet Earth who would put this in S tier. I don't know. Not beating centrist allegations? For what? It's like the bridge over the River Kauai. Hawaii? It's not our list. I know. It's my list. What I'm saying, I'm not saying like, oh, there's no one else on planet Earth who would put it here in the sense of like I care about other people's opinions. I do. Okay, that sounded a little harsh, but you know what I mean. I more mean in the sense of like, if I'm trying to objectively rate the game, I don't know if there's enough special in it to really put it as S tier. But I thought it was, of the puzzle games, of the pure puzzle games that I've played, not like the Metroid Brainias, not the type of like knowledge gaining learning, but the actual like, here's your puzzle, solve it. It's probably the best that I've played. And I like those games. And it had and the story stuck with me. Don't try to objectively rate things, don't worry, I won't. That's why I put objectively in quotes. I'm putting it at the very end of S tier. I'm doing it. I'm rating it based on how I like it. It's true. No. Banjo-Kazooie is objectively C tier. What are all the other games that you guys like? Super Mario World, that's objectively C tier. And I put the word objective there. Better than Elden Ring? Yeah? Yeah? Time to spin another wheel? I don't know. Is the cooldown down? Oh, okay, what next? How are we doing on time? We have 29 games left. We are halfway through as long as stream could possibly be. So we're on time to do like a nearly 6-hour stream. Unless I start speeding up. I think there's a game I'm gonna C tier that's S tier for you. Oh, which game do you think that is, Nas? You wanna call it out? You only have chat open. I can't see whispers. Hat in Time. Oh no. No. You'll be surprised. Okay. Hat in Time. Yes. I don't like platformers, but it turns out by playing enough platformers that I found out how to make a platformer that I can enjoy. And the answer is, you just make it really easy so that I can't suck ass at it. If you make the platforming easy enough, I'm not frustrated playing the game. And so that is how Hat in Time gets there for me. I think Hat in Time is cute. I think Hat in Time is sort of so cute that it feels almost insincere to me at times, or it feels a little bit almost like it's trying too hard. It feels kind of like a fake cute. It feels like a kawaii manufactured cute, which, so I kind of like, I push back against that when I see that in the game. You know what I mean? That's crazy. What, a game being easy, making it more enjoyable. I like hard games, but I specifically don't like hard platformers. Camp, it's not. No, it's like the opposite of camp. I think camp is like is very genuine. I think camp can be fun, and even if camp is like bad, it's soulful. I hate to use that word because it's so meaningless, but camp has soul, and I guess Hat in Time feels somewhat, at times, soulless, if you will. That said, I had fun going through it. It was cool. I liked playing a platformer that I liked. Some levels were more interesting than others. I think it's kind of really short. Like, I bought the DLCs just to like play it for longer. I think the base game is like insanely short. I got all the hourglasses. The detective one was neat. Yeah, some of them are like more inspired than others for sure, which this is actually a pretty big fault, is that I feel like Mafia Island just sucks, like as a level. I don't think it's very interesting. And that's fine, because it's like the tutorial level, but it's not fine because it's literally a quarter of the game, because there's only 4 levels if you don't get the DLC, right? So I appreciate they tried so much for so much different for a platformer. Also agreed. Yeah. Overall, I'm putting this somewhere between A and B. I feel like the way that I just talked about it puts it more in a B tier, when before I was thinking of it as an A tier one. I don't know. I could put this here. You don't like watching me play a Grim Fandango. Can we reconsider where it's on the list? I think everybody loves Grim Fandango except for you. I'm sorry. Not enough shooting zombies for you. I know, cousin. I'm sorry. I kind of want to put this at the bottom of A, just because I was relieved to finally find a platformer that like I kind of clicked with and that I could enjoy. And the movement feels pretty good on Hat Girl and whatnot. Got to play Fandango's Hill. Fantastic game. Like, those old point and clicks can be brutal, but the quality shines through that brutality, I think. Thought Grim Fandango was garbage. You did not expect S tier. Interesting. Maybe you just have to like the aesthetic that they're going for. Admire, but have multiple issues with Grim. I think that the way that they delivered the game justifies all that is flawed with it. Gone a whole year without me playing a Sonic game. We gotta fix that. I think you're in the process of fixing that, Tash. I think that's on the menu to be fixed. I haven't actually updated the list, but we should win. Or, I mean, you have a very good chance of winning. Anyway, Grim Fandango is staying in S tier. You can't change it. Hat's going at the end of A tier. Speaking of games that are platformers that I actually liked, like, a lot, should we do Super Mario Odyssey? Because I will say, this is the platformer really where I'm like happy that I stuck with and kept playing platformers, even though like I wasn't enjoying a lot of them. Not rated you in here on an Odyssey stream? Hell yeah. This game, it is between, the spoiler alert right off the bat, it's between this and Rain World for my favorite game from the last year. Like, it's between Odyssey and Rain World. Kia's bed. Yo, have a good night, Tash. Thank you for hanging out. I'm sorry that I trash your games, but I do always appreciate you suggesting them regardless. One time you're going to absolutely wow me with one of your games, I believe. Chance to play Sonic Adventure 2. Yo, good luck, Waka. Thanks you so much, Tash, for a whole year of hanging out. Yeah, Odyssey. Absolutely incredible game. Like, really kicks ass. So first of all, like a Hat in Time, it's easy, so I don't get frustrated playing it, which is like a prerequisite for me to enjoy these kinds of games. Is there a list to add to the raffle? You mean like, is there a list of what games are currently in the raffle? If you do !games, I have it there, but it's not updated because I've been lazy. So that's out of date by 3 or 4 redeems, I think. I think there's 4 more I need to add to that. Oh god. What am I doing? Okay. Odyssey. The thing that makes this work so much... Oh yeah, no, it's any game. Any game. Except for a game that I've already played. And maybe on like a case-by-case basis, I might deny it if I can't find a good way to play it. I'll play Halo Reach anyway, eventually, yeah. Me playing games eventually doesn't stop people from putting them in the raffle in order to make me play it sooner. Anyway, Odyssey. I'm trying to collect my thoughts on it. Okay. No PS4, 5, and 3 games. Yeah, I don't really have a good way of playing any of those, if they're exclusive. Doom? I'm talking about Odyssey patches. I'm talking about Odyssey. Okay, so, the other 3D Marios that I've played, right? 64, Galaxy, Sunshine. The problem is that I feel like progressively as this game advanced, they got more and more like linear in their level design, where it's like you go into a level and there is one shine or star or whatever that becomes the set piece that the level is revolved around, and that's what you have to do in order to get it. No, they're not too hard. None of those games are hard. But what makes Odyssey different is that it goes back to the SM64 thing of having multiple stars in a level, but it just like expands on that so much more by having 1,000,000 stars that don't kick you out of the level. And it's really, really good. Slay the Princess? Hold on, wait a minute. First of all, good luck on Slay the Princess, Nas. Eminem links a clip from Sunshine.
No, it's there. Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, it's fine. I can get there easily. It's good. That's okay. All right. I thought it would spawn at the beginning, but I just have to do one more.
This is the Sunshine experience. This doesn't happen in Odyssey, by the way. This is why Odyssey is S tier and Sunshine was like B or whatever. Back when he still had long hair. Yeah. I do like Sunshine, though. Game said fuck you. It's a certified Sunshine moment. I like Sunshine a lot, honestly. I think I put it as my favorite. Either that or 64. You're blind? Why are you blind, Gorp? Love platformers. Sunshine was cock and ball torture. There were some cock and ball torture levels, but I like a lot of things in Sunshine. But yeah, Odyssey, by splitting those stars up and putting it everywhere, it makes it so much better. For one part, because here's the thing that I really liked about it, is that because the moons are everywhere, if you fail one moon, it will often put you next to a different moon, especially at the beginning on your first pass, before you're going back a second time to collect extra moons that you lost. There's a lot of times where you have moons that are specifically placed in fail spots of other moons. So if it's like, if there's a part like in Sandy Sand Kingdom, where I climb all the way top of the pyramid and then I look down and, oh, you know, there's a moon down there that I need to long jump to. I do the long jump and I miss. But what's this? There's a guy right next to the thing down there where I talk to him, then he gives me a moon instead, right? So it's just like this constant flow of minor dopamine hits that removes the entire frustration around missing a jump, which is at the heart of why I don't like platformers, or why platformers feel unsatisfying to me, where you end up just jumping in the correct direction in a different way. Free moons, yeah, there's it keeps a flow going. Baby game, yeah, lick my ass. We sharing clips? You can share clips, but that's fine. How many chatters is too many chatters on a tier list? You can put as many people on the tier list as you want, Flammable. I don't know if I'll do the whole thing. I don't know. I feel increasingly weird about ranking chatters at all. I feel like I could step on some toes there. And the sheer like diversity in the levels and the sets, the capping mechanic at the core allows them to do like different move sets and different like gimmicks in a way that seamlessly feels like it makes sense within the world. Like if you want to give Mario a different move set, you just show an enemy that has that move set, and then you say, oh, I can do that because I just turned into that enemy. You know what I mean? It's got that really beautiful way of like showing you something and then letting you do it. Did I answer your question? I did answer your question. Mozart wrote a piece called Lick My Ass. I know, oh, that's true. He did, didn't he? He's a man of culture. Yeah, and then there's all that diversity in like the moveset from capping things, but then also in the levels. Some of the levels are slightly less inspired than others, but overall, like, there's some really cool ones. Having Peach's Castle as like the throwback kingdom is cool. Mozart was the king of the rim job, confirmed. You think they rimmed people in the 18th century? What's Ligma ass? That's what Steve Jobs died of. What is this clip? I'm sorry, in the blood. I have to keep pausing you. What is this, a clip?
Ah, okay. We do a little bit of platforming. I press jump.
Okay, platforming. Put this on the tier list? Okay. What, Bob Njarvarg? I don't think I'm going to be going down the road with Bob Njarvarg. I don't know about that one. But thank you, Rabbit. I think it would... Let's just put that in C tier and move on. Can this be one? What is this? 2016. Oh, the depressing picture. This is these shootings with this music playing. Let's go to the next one. You're right. I feel like this is... sure. Why not? Can we just... I feel like that's missing some context to make that clip make sense on its own. But that clip was... There was Banjo-Kazooie music playing in the background while we were looking at a picture of a protest against school shootings. And we felt it was inappropriate, so I skipped to the next one, and it was a picture of Nazis, presumably about to shoot some prisoners. Anyway. I'm trying to talk about Odyssey over here. You guys keep calling it a baby game. I really like how Odyssey handled, like, the nostalgic aspect. I feel like a lot of games that do, like, these franchise games that are doing, like, remixes of old ideas from previous games get this, like, overly nostalgic quality to them where it feels very backward-facing. But Mario Odyssey, I think, takes, like, the ideas from older games and, like, remixes them in a really new way where it's, like, it's more acknowledging what came before than being, like, nostalgia-driven. You know what I mean? Been playing Cypher Elite 5, and it's scarily cathartic shooting Nazis in the balls. That does sound fun. Not gonna lie. Okay, hold on. I have a bunch of clips I'm supposed to watch. Hot pepper. Yep, hot pepper. I don't know why that's a command. I'm not gonna watch Eminem. I'm not gonna watch Eminem's, actually. That's not a clip that's not a clip I'm gonna watch. Never mind. It's not a real clip. And then, so yeah, Odyssey, I think, handles this nostalgia very well. It feels very forward-facing. It feels more like celebrating what came before than reminiscing or whatever. Can't hide from the clip. I can't hide from the truth. Okay, you want me to play that clip just so that I can add context? I think I kind of want to. Fuck this guy. Fuck these stupid yellow people. I mean, the yellow knights. is what I... Yellow Knight. Yellow Knight. The Yellow Knight. The Yellow Knight. You know, I don't even need to add context, because I added context in the clip. Fuck the Yellow Knight, is what I said. Fuck the Yellow Knight. Because the knight was wearing yellow armor, and he was annoying. Didn't end the clip soon enough? What is this?
Welcome to the third episode of Brungo Tonight. Tonight we're gonna sit down around a campfire and get a little bit blasphemous. Blasphemous.
No more? Okay.
Okay. Yo, Pixie, what's up? Happy affiliate anniversary. Love the tie. Thank you, Pixie. I put a tie on my t-shirt because I thought it would be funny. How are you doing, Pixie? It's nice to see you. Okay, apparently we're just watching clips.
Baka.
Get the rings spinning. What rings? Oh, those rings. Like,
Baka.
I see. Okay, good. Thank you. Also, hey, Rupee. Happy anniversary. Thank you, Rupee. How was your day? Nice to see you. Canadian composers did the Cuphead soundtrack. It's really good. I recently added the Cuphead soundtrack into the list. Get them spinning. The rings? I don't think I was getting the rings spinning. Draining day, but it's over. I'm happy to hear it. What's the final thing I have to say about Odyssey? Oh, the final thing I have to say about Odyssey is that I think this game had a remarkable capacity to actually evoke some kind of like emotion from me. You know? I thought the way that they say things feels... When the characters say like their sappy one-liners, it feels more storybook than Disney, if that makes sense. Like it feels more kind of like genuine and cute. And maybe it's just because it's like the simple sentences that are meant to be easily translated or for young children, but I don't know, something about Peach talking about wandering, like at the end of your huge journey after playing for dozens of hours, going all over these levels and hearing Peach talk about, you know, how wonderful it is to go see all these different worlds, or having Cappy as you're climbing the final tower on the darker side of the moon after the final gauntlet, talking about how great it was to like play with you or whatever. I mean, I wasn't like crying or anything, but it tugged a singular heartstring. It really did. This game, compared to one of these two, either it or Rain World, was my favorite that I played last year. And they're like opposite trajectories. Because Mario was like the easy game that I had an absolute blast while playing, but didn't have as much of like a philosophical or emotional impact. And then Rain World was like the brutal game that sometimes made me tear my hair out because it was utterly insane, but in hindsight has like a deeper impact, you know? I feel like since we're talking in hindsight, Rain World has to win and Mario has to take number 2, but they're both really good. Okay, hold on. I'm supposed to be watching these links.
We'll ban you if you type Nazi. And this is why you're not a mod, Flammable.
What?
Yahtzee.
What?
Nazi's kind of fun. Anyone here? How many people here have like played Yahtzee? Sorry.
What is this link? Is this me mixing up Yahtzee and Nazi? What is this? This is where the Brungies emote comes from. Because I thought...
Did you see it? Did you see it?
I thought that the item behind Sif was going to be the Crest of Artorias, because I didn't know where you get the Crest of Artorias from, and so I thought it would help me with the run back for the boss fight, but it didn't. It wasn't the Crest of Artorias. It was some stupid ring I was never going to use, and I never found the Crest of Artorias, so I did Sif by running from this bonfire up the ladder to Sif every time. Kingdom Hearts is D tier. What's up, Iron Wolf? I'm sorry to say it is. Also, Pixie, I'm glad that you had a good day. Rupee, I'm sorry your day was draining, but I'm happy that it's over. What is this clip? What game is this? Oh, Fez. What is this clip? What is this clip?
A B A A B A A B A B A B A A A B A A B B A A A B A B A B A A.
Listen, I'm playing the game. What do you mean? Okay, fine. Out of context, sure. That's funny. What is this?
Dude. Oh, I got the seagull.
Okay, that's just me shooting a seagull. Can we get that again? What, you want to watch this one again? It's the way that the Fez music slowly fades in. It's the way the music fades in, I think, that makes it. Did Discord fix the link issue? It doesn't look like it. That is a big link. You demand a do-over, Iron Wolf? I'm sorry. There's no do-overs.
A B A B A B A B A B A B.
I don't even remember this clip being clipped. How did you? It was really good. Okay. What is this? Why do I look like this on the left? Why do I look like that? I look like fucking Momo. Okay, whatever. Whatever, man. Family Guy laugh. Nobody noticed this clip. God damn it. Okay, hold on. One more clip. What is this? That's just me. There's nothing there. That isn't. Ah! Gish, thank you. I'm sorry. My alerts got reset today, and I don't know why. I don't know why. My alerts got reset. I have to go fix them. I think what happened. I'll tell you what happened. I logged on to Stream Elements because I was looking for a timer widget for the opening today, and I ended up finding a different timing thing, but. I was looking for a timer, and I think purely by logging into Stream Elements, it, like, overrode my alert box somehow with, like, the shitty default one. Fuck. Gish, thank you, is what I'm trying to say. Thank you so much for the Bezos bucks. I appreciate it. You had a comparison, but you don't want to be mean? Yo, you can be mean, Roxy. Everybody else is. Nice tie, thank you. It's supposed to be a joke. It's not supposed to look good. The joke is I'm wearing a tie with a t-shirt. Anyway. Everyone redeem bits and subscribe. You know, it's weird because the follow message was correct, but I think. But the sub message isn't. Left Brungo was Gruntilda. Hey, that's fine. Gruntilda was hot. Can't afford to sub. You're a slave. That's okay. You don't gotta sub. Nobody needs to sub. Okay. You are the most beautiful woman in the galaxy. Spent the day grilling, you went inside to make strawberry lemonade? Holy shit. That sounds awesome. Lemonade? What is this? Oh, wait, what am I looking at? This is a brick in a pot. Isn't this... Wait, what? You came back to this image? Who put a brick... Who put a brick... Who... At first, when I first opened this, I thought this was like a giant slab of like slab sugar or something. That's what you want. Did it fall off of a house? Do you live with somebody? There's a raffle? No, you don't want to get picked by the raffle, Pixie. Waka's doing a raffle where when I spin it, he bans whoever wins. I'm ruining it, I'm telling you. What the brick? Nice. Peeks out of the blanket and boops? You booping me, Dronin? How dare you? Is it a family cookout? No idea why the brick was in the pot. Do you have like a small sibling or cousin or something who might be trolling you? Some nice bread. Wow. I don't know what to say. Incredible. No idea why that brick was in that pot. I have no answer either. Holy shit. We have 27 more games still to get through. We should probably talk about some games. You're fucking tired? Yo, if you gotta go to sleep, you should go to sleep, Gish. I appreciate you stopping by, though. I definitely do appreciate the Bezos bucks. You boil a brick, it'll possibly turn back into clay. Somehow I doubt that's what they were going for. You also thought the brick was bread? I thought it was some kind of food, because my mind refused to just see a brick in a pot. Oh, Kingsfield. Technically, I haven't finished Kingsfield. I'm gonna polish it off tomorrow, but I figured I could rank it already. You're hungies? You should go get some food, Roxy. I'm considering pulling up some chips. You're here to watch me put Library of Ruina in D tier. I can do that. I can do that for you if you want. So Kingsfield, it's interesting. I thought that this game would be really tough, but I see that redeem plan, but I'll get to it in a second. I do want to get through some games. It's really approachable. It's genuinely not that. What sucks is really just the looping music over and over again and the shitty controls. Please be finished with Kingsfield. I have one more day, but it won't be a full day. It'll be like an hour or two or something. Saw a video where a guy put a couple of bricks in the bowl to add weight so his giant cookie bowl wouldn't mess up. You think that's what they were trying to do in Gish's example? This, you did it for Brungo, it was Rabbit. That doesn't count. Don't ban Rabbit. That said, it's pretty miserable to play this game. This game hasn't been done favors by the passage of time. I'll say that much. But it's not like horrendously unplayable. At least not to the degree that I was kind of worried it would be. I'm at this bullshit point where like I got to the final boss and it turns out I needed to find an item to beat him, which I didn't have. So that's kind of dumb. But why is Kingdom Hearts 2 an arse? No, that's Kingdom Hearts 1. Or at least it should be. It's Kingdom Hearts 1. Yeah. I think it's interesting to go back and see this and try to see some bones of Dark Souls. I think you're probably looking too hard to try to find many Dark Souls connections for this game when it's more apt to just compare it to the other games in its genre at the time that it was kind of going off of. Will I play Kingdom Hearts 2? Not of my own volition. I'll play it if it wins a raffle, like how Kingdom Hearts 1 won a raffle. Why is it an arse? Because it is in my opinion, this is my list, how I felt playing the games. It's a really bad game. I can't really justify putting this higher than D tier, but I am mostly surprised by how playable it is, which isn't high praise. Some things that recently, I think what's interesting about Kingsfield is unlocking passages to backtrack and loop around actually feels kind of Dark Soulsy in the level design. Like most recently, in the last day, in Kingsfield, there's like this moment where I finally got this key and it allowed me to backtrack and unlock things that have been locked throughout the whole game, and it felt kind of really satisfying, actually. Progress feels pretty smooth in this game. It feels like you find stuff at a reasonable rate that are meaningful enough where you know what they do instead of you just getting things that have no idea what it does. This is actually almost pushing into the bottom of C tier for me. I'm not even gonna lie. This is like pretty playable. In fact, I'm gonna put it above Kingdom Hearts just to make some people angry. I'm gonna do that. Not to take away from Dark Souls' comment. Yeah, I'm not saying that's like a Dark Souls thing. I didn't ban you, Jackie. I didn't ban you. Waka did. Hi, Jackie. Welcome back. Which FromSoft game do you think is most similar to Dark Souls? Probably Dark Souls 2, or probably Demon. It's probably Demon Souls, but I haven't played it. Comment to most dungeon crawlers backtracking with keys and shortcuts. I'm not saying that's like a Dark Souls exclusive thing. I'm saying it's interesting to see how Dark Souls evolved out of that. Right. And I'm saying it's satisfying. Fuck Brungo you. Thank you. You'd C tier Kingdom Hearts for modern standards. You're finishing it up, a 2-hour video essay on it. Passage of time has not been kind to Dark Kingdom Hearts 1. Is your whole video essay about Kingdom Hearts 1? Is that what it's about now? This wine is so fucking tannic. Is that bad? I think that's bad, right? Filming has spun a wheel for who to ban from today's chatters. I spun it without realizing that he was going to ban whoever won. Speaking of spinning the wheel, I have to go spin the wheel because Flammable redeemed it. shortest Kingdom Hearts video, 2 hours long. Donkey has a shorter one with the entire franchise. Okay, let's... Now, Waka, do not ban whoever this lands on, okay? Do not ban. Don't ban, Waka. Do not ban. Did you win anything? No. Okay, well, I guess he's not here, so... He went to bed. Tash went to bed, so, like... Awesome. Waka just linked me this wheel and told me to spin it, and so I spun it, and then he banned whoever it landed on, okay? I had no part on this. There was no... I didn't realize... I don't know how to unban people. It's kind of sad to say, but I physically do not know how to unban people on my own stream. It doesn't work. How long are the bans for? Until I figure out how to unban people. Got permed? Yeah, Waka perms people. Also, Commissar. What's up, Commissar? How are you doing? Nice to see you. How are you feeling today? How's the COVID going? Rude awakening for Tash? No, I'm gonna figure out how to... Nas, you're a streamer. How do I unban people on Twitch? I thought it was /unban, but my /unban command doesn't work. And it's really upsetting me. My /unban literally does not work. Let me do it right now. /unban Tash Tari. Nothing happened. No, don't ban Nas. I won't be able to unban you. I don't have permission to moderate chat. Do I need to give myself permission to moderate my own chat? Is that something I need to do? It's because Waka is unbanning them? No, it's not, because I can see when Waka unbans them. It tells me in my chat, Waka has unbanned this person. And he's not. Like, Tash is still banned. I can see when he's unbanning, and he isn't yet. Boy. Nice of Waka to let me stream on his channel. I don't know how Waka has more permissions in my channel than I do. I genuinely don't know how this happened. Maybe if I remove mod privileges, I might have to unmod Waka for the day. It might have to happen. But that doesn't solve my problem of how do I unban people? I don't know why that doesn't work. How do I look to... Can I look at... Hold on. I have an idea. I have a theory. I'm too powerful. Hold on. Let me look at my own stream. Let me see if I can go into mod view. And from mod view on my own stream, can I... How long until the wheel spins up to end? I have no idea. Probably like 15 minutes or something. Got excited Brunko might play GoldenEye or DK64, but you got banned instead. I'm sorry, Jackie. That's... This is not how that works, apparently. Tash Tari. Okay, I found it. I found it. I found the unban button. New wheel? Is it all Waka? Wait, no. I thought you were going to just do Waka. That's just Nas. They'll be able to unban by either the user has been banned message. Oh, really? I can't... No, that doesn't seem to work. Also, yeah, I hope you're doing well, Commissar. Jackie, if I knew how to unban, I would have immediately unbanned you, but I literally was struggling with that. Okay, video games. What are we doing here? Anyone got a... Somebody was saying something they wanted me to talk about, right? Pop out the mod view chat using the triple dot icon. Right, I have pop out chat, but it's not mob view. Wait, triple dot icon? I'll be honest, I've never used mod view before in my life. All Nintendo games? Serious Sam? Wait, you want me to do the remaining Nintendo games? Let's just do Serious Sam. Can you do Bionicle? You're going to bed? Okay, let's do Bionicle because Groggy's going to bed. I should also do Ruina before Gish goes to sleep, if Gish is still here. Modanui online game. pop out mod view chat. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, a Mono Nui online game, I feel like there's not a lot to say. It's like a point-and-click flash game, sort of. It's like Myst-like, but it's Bionicles. And I have a soft spot for these old kind of flash games because I played a bunch of these as a kid, even though I never actually played any Bionicles. I think it was fun. It was interestingly well put together. There were some like epic animations of Bionicles doing cool shit. Better than Myst? Not better than Myst. No, not better than Myst. But you know what? For what it was, for the hour and a half that I played it, it was fairly entertaining. I really was not hating myself playing this every minute. In fact, if I just think about moment to moment how much fun was I having playing this game, I actually have to rank it above... I have to rank it above Super Mario RPG. I have to rank it above Super Mario World. I think I have to rank it above Final Fantasy VII. I think it goes here. I'm not even gonna lie. I think it does. I'll have to deal with pop-out mod view in the future, Commissar. You've been added to the raffle. Okay. Do we have clips from that? From what, Mono Nui Online? I don't think so. Let me do Ruina. Library of Ruina. I don't know if Gish is still here, if Gish went to bed. But here's Ruina. Yeah, the Mono Nui Online playthrough is on YouTube if you want to watch the full thing or make a clip or something. Outer Wilds tier. I think, okay. I think of all the games that I have played that I can remember on this stream, listen, I like streaming and playing games. I would say that I love it. I would say that it is my passion. I would say that it's most of what I do with my free time, right? I really love doing this. I stream every day not because I feel like I need to, but because I feel like I want to. There's probably only been 2 games ever where in the course of my day, I was like, oh god, I have to go live and play this game. One was Final Fantasy Tactics and one was Library of Ruina. This game is like a deck building, which I find deck building insanely tedious. It's basically just fancy menuing for like hours. Turn-based combat with some depth, but the fights are really long. First of all, the game is absurdly long. It's 120 hours. I only played the first 40, right? Insanely long, and already only 40 hours in, we're getting to the point where some of the fights were like an hour and a half long, 2 hours long. I mean, just like insane. And like if you lose, you have to do it all over again, right? And one thing that I think is the hallmark of a good game is the ability to merge narrative with gameplay, right? To be able to tell your story through your gameplay instead of just having it be like you get your story dump and you get your game dump. Library of Ruina is the opposite of that. You play a deck builder and then you play a deck builder for an hour and a half and then you do a visual novel for 45 minutes. And when you're playing the visual novel, you wish that there's some gameplay, and where you're doing the gameplay, you wish that you could just go have someone talking again, you know? Grand and long for padding. It feels like a lot of padding. And the story itself is it just feels edgy. It feels like there are no characters to root for. I don't care about anything that happens to any of people because they're all assholes. It's mostly just these like writers trying to come up with the most like gruesome dystopian future that they can think of. And like I think we're supposed to care about the girl because she's a girl, and we're supposed to care about the guy because he's like cool, because he's aloof and saying, oh, I don't care about any of this, which makes him cool. And yeah, there are some ideas in the world building, which I will give them credit, is very extensive and somewhat original and at some point, you know, disturbing. Burger King burgers cost $5 now. We're living in a dystopia. I found Burger King was always on the expensive end of fast food, so that doesn't sound too much to me. As someone who's played Lobotomy Corp, the prequel, you're not supposed to You're not supposed to root for Angela, she's kind of a bitch. Yeah, but who are you supposed to root for? If I'm stuck in a game for 120 hours, I have to like at least one character, right? As someone who's a big Project Moon fan, a big point is they're both absolutely awful. I don't want to be stuck watching 150 hours of characters that are awful people. Like, that's just not fun. World building's fascinating, even you went, the gameplay kind of sucks. Yeah. Yeah? Commissar says, off topic, you asked how you were doing. Honestly, not awesome. Don't want to get into it. Some highly repressed emotions are surfacing. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissar. Yeah, you don't gotta talk about anything you don't want to. I'm sorry. Opinion on Metro. Oh, Metro is in here. We can do Metro next. Can I just dump this in D tier? I'll put it as better than Rogue. How about that, Gish? I'll put it as better than Rogue. Yeah. Horrible. Horrible game. You lied? You're still up? Yo, welcome to being up. McDonald's is $10 for a burger? Is it really? That's crazy. I haven't been to any fast food in so long, like at all. So I have no idea. Not to mention I can't like eat burgers anymore. Part of it is nobody is good. Yeah, I get the point is that nobody is good, but like that's just not interesting. Both from a narrative standpoint and also thematically, it's just not very profound to be like, ah, everybody is evil. It's just edgy. I don't even need to have like a good guy. I just need to have some kind of character who I care about and can be invested in. You know? Anyway. What did somebody say? Metro. Commissar wanted to do Metro. Where's Metro? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where? Here. I found it. Doom. We're doing Metro first. It's around when one... Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that, Commissar. No, that's very valid. I mean, that's a valid reason to be sad, you know? It's gonna stick with you. And that's normal. Happy affiliate anniversary. Yo, thank you, Arvid. Thank you very much. Is that Arvid the music? Is that the gaming Costanza? Anyway. Library of Runa definitely wants you to have played Lobotomy Corp first. Okay. You're Costanza? Well, who do you want to be, Arvid? Choose any member to the Seinfeld cast. You want to be... This guy thinks he's a Jerry. This guy thinks he's a Jerry. Oh, man. You also really appreciate it? Hey, I don't think I have anything like too profound or meaningful to say, but all I can do is stream. You know what I mean? Maybe that helps a bit. You're Jerry because you're the main character. Smiley face. Yeah, smiley. You're the no soup for you guy. I like, Rupi, how you had to very specifically avoid saying I'm the soup Nazi. I appreciate. I think that's a good call. I think it's a good call to not say I'm the soup Nazi. Keeping you company? Yeah. I mean, I can try. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm streaming. Just to hang out with people. It's a Seinfeld episodes tier list. I haven't watched enough Seinfelds to do a tier list. I've caught like episodes here and there, like in the background of my life, but I've never like gone through and watched them all. Grim Fandango did make S tier. Yes, it did. It did. Jesus. Metro 2033. So I said earlier that first-person shooters are all kind of like baseline fun for me. Metro's thing is supposed to be like a low UI kind of more realistic one where you don't have a bunch of like flashing gamey stuff happening at you. It's more I guess analog almost. Which was cool. It made it immersive. The world is kind of interesting. I don't know if there's a whole lot in here that stuck with me. I think I was sort of upset because I was trying to get the good ending. I was at the... there's like a good ending for like being a good person throughout the playthrough and making good decisions. And I felt like every time I was offered a decision to make, I chose the good guy side. And so at the end, I was trying to do the thing where you spare the like aliens and you like don't murder them. But the game didn't let me, because the actual way that it decides whether or not you get the good ending is by like not just your decisions that you make when you make decisions, but also your actions, like how many enemies you kill versus running past, which felt kind of silly. But that's like, I don't know. I guess I'd been too evil. Which game is this? Metro 2033 Redux. But yeah, the gameplay is pretty fun. I don't think this is something that it's like, wow, this is like sticking with me in a like a super meaningful way. But there wasn't like anything. Oh, I kept shooting my money in this game because I didn't realize I was swapping my ammo. Yeah, also the way you kill enemies, apparently. I didn't realize that. Don't watch Seinfeld that often, only watch it a couple times. I think Seinfeld's very funny. Love the low UI stuff. You think the setting's magical? I wasn't like as in love with the setting. I think I thought it was fairly interesting. I thought it was fairly cool, but didn't blow me away. I think this goes in my B tier. Maybe like here. Maybe middle of the pack. Total in the middle of the pack kind of game. I don't know how much more there is to say about Metro. I've had to leave the country for denouncing the invasion of Ukraine. Oh, really? That's kind of cool. Alien stuff is a bit weird, champ. You're all about the nuclear winter. It's funny because I like the alien stuff, but like, I don't care too much about the like nuclear apocalypse. You don't watch television very often generally? Me neither, Rupee. Yeah, I rarely watch any TV. Anyway. Doom. Which Doom? Should we do both Dooms? Where's the other Doom? Here. We can talk about both Dooms. Two sides of one coin. Yeah. I need to crack my back. Oh! 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 Serious Sam? We're talking about Doom. I guess we might as well talk about Serious Sam with the Dooms. We might as well just do the FPS corner. Where is Serious Sam? Where is it? By the 9, he cracking? Did my mic pick up the crack? I felt like it was a pretty good crack. My mic might have picked it up. By the right. Dude, I literally can't see this. Dude, where the fuck is Serious Sam? Am I blind? Oh, there we go. Okay, we found it. There we go. Alos is just a man. Was he? Oh, I think he was, wasn't he? I already ranked it F-. No, I didn't. Yeah, Zelda type. Okay, we found it. Let's use Serious Sam first. So, I think Serious Sam... So, the game that I played was Serious Sam 1 and 2. Serious Sam Revolutions, like, stitched together into one game. I think the Serious Sam 1 was easily the worst FPS that I've played of all of these FPSs. It felt very... There was a real lack of diversity. There was a lot of levels where it was just like putting you in a big field with a gigantic wave of the same enemy over and over again, and you just like kept doing that, and there wasn't like a whole lot of interesting stuff going on. Anka, please. The best part of Serious Sam 1 was the bomb guys that went, ah! Back half this tier list is gonna go so hard, you think so? We'll see. There's a lot of good games left in here. I thought already by Serious Sam 2, they were making interesting improvements with leaning more into the silly stuff, and by having more interesting movement things and like kind of puzzly things, you actually kind of saw. It's funny. I feel like by Serious Sam 2, you could already see some of like the design elements that would inspire, that would like cross over to Talos Principle later, even though Talos Principle is obviously a completely different kind of game. But there was more like kind of puzzly side things. There was more fun movement stuff. So the second half, the Serious Sam Part 2 was kind of fun. The Serious Sam Part 1 was pretty fucking bad. I still think, because of that first experience, this goes at like the top of C tier. Maybe the bottom of B. I'll put it at the top of C tier. Doom. Doom 1993 is the video game that created FPSs, basically. People are going to start talking about Wolfenstein, but I feel like it's fair to say, from my understanding, how I understand the history, that this really popularized it to a greater extent. I made the raffle. Is this just going to be your form of intimidation now? Whenever anybody does anything you don't like, you're going to say, you made the raffle. Wolfenstein? Yeah, is Patches still here? Patches is still here. How does Patches feel when I say Wolfenstein? Wolfenstein. Ach, ja. Das Wolfenstein. Das Wolfenstein. Anyway, I haven't actually played it yet, so I can't talk about Wolfenstein. But I don't know. Doom 1993, it also doesn't really feel like it has as much going for it nowadays. This is one of those things where it just feels like the genre moved on from what this has to offer. You can still play it, and it's still like playable, and it's still an FPS, and it's still kind of fun. But at least, I think I played, what did I play? I played on Ultraviolent, right? And I don't know, I got stuck chain dying in a lot of areas. It was kind of like rough and go. Maybe I should have played a level earlier for it to be, or a difficulty lower for it to be smoother. But my overall experience of it was just kind of like, oh, I don't know, a lot of like barely managing to keep up with how much ammo I have, and a lot of just shotgun beats everything else, and a lot of somewhat getting lost on the maps. Not an incredible experience. I might actually put it lower. Well, I think this would fit between Serious Sam 1 and 2 is the problem. Or 2 and 1. I'll put it at the bottom of B. Nah, I'm putting it at the top of C. I'm putting the boomer shooters down here together. Wolf and Sheen from Jimmy Neutron. Sheen doesn't get as much like meme cultural memory attention as Carl does he? Kind of a shame that Carl ended up beating out Sheen in people's memories. Doom 2 must happen. Hey, okay, to be fair, not all the boomer shooters are down here, because I have Half-Life in S tier. Just saying. Doom made FPSs, Half-Life made FPSs good. Can I say that? Is that fair? Not even fun? I got something out of playing it. Fine, okay. Doom 2016, on the other hand, fantastic experience. Said Doom is as good as Mario 3 and Banjo-Kazooie. I actually, if I'm reading this list correctly, I said that it's better than Mario 3 and Banjo-Kazooie. I think Doom 2016 is a really cool way of modernizing Doom, because the elements of Doom that people remember are like the fast pace and like the excessive edgy gore. The problem is that the definition of fast pace and excessive edgy gore in 1993 is totally different of what it is in 2016. But I think they really delivered on committing to that same idea, just with the updated social mores of the time. You know, this game is like brutally gory, squishy. You just squish enemies. You just go shotgun punch, and it's pretty damn satisfying watching them pop. I'll say, though, I did actually get lost on these levels more than I did in the original Doom, even. I had a lot of points where it's like I beat the enemies, and now I'm not sure where it wanted me to go next. Which, I don't know if that's me being dumb. I think it's largely... Maybe it's my brain turning off because my brain was in shotgunning punching mode instead of figure things out mode. But that messed with the pacing a bit, which I think is a problem because I think... I don't know. It's not supposed to be high octane all the time. You're supposed to have like the breather in between the action set pieces, but I feel like I got lost for too long and it did mess with the pacing a bit. Still, it was fun. More fun than Hat in Time. Like, look, all these FPSs are just clumping together. Wow, does it really go up here? I'm just looking at these other relative games, and I think it literally goes right here. I think it's better than all of these. I think it was a lot of fun. Okay. Doom 2 B tier, you think? I haven't played Doom 2 yet. But I have it. What are we playing next? Or, I mean, what are we talking about next? Any thoughts? I think I need to go faster. Holy shit, how is it 10 p.m.? Titanfall 2, yes. Okay, let's keep doing the FPSs. Sure. Do we have any more FPSs? Is that the last one? Free wheel spin. I think it's the last one. Okay. Titanfall 2 was like... It was like being in an action movie, basically. The campaign. I played the campaign. I didn't do any of the multiplayer or whatever. I don't do multiplayer for any of these. In that, it delivered some like really cool action set pieces. It delivered some really cool, unique levels. The fucking time travel level is like really iconic and classic and cool. The dynamic between your character, what's his name, Jack Sparrow, and the mech, what's his name, BB-8. Really fun dynamic, really homoerotic, in my opinion. Which the voice of the robot. Mwah. Happy Pride, everyone. It ended with like a bit of like a silly cliffhanger or whatever. Mecha Vor. There's no what? No, there's no Vor. Yeah, it was like a fun romp where that like kept its pacing up for like 6 hours. I will say one thing about this is that the Titan movement and gameplay feels a lot less interesting than the pilot, like when you're on foot. Being in the mech feels like a downgrade, and which is kind of the opposite. Being in a mech should feel like you're unstoppable and overpowered, but the problem is that in the campaign, when you're in the mech, it just puts you up against other mechs. So you just feel like an immobile little shitter running around compared to like all the cool platforming and running that you do in person. But it was really fun. I would put it, the campaign, something like here, with all these other FPSs. Do a tier list /quiz/puzzle Waka. Man, this wheel has just been like 70% of those redeems tonight. Nobody wants me to do anything else other than spin the wheel that gets people banned. I'm just gonna immediately unban whoever gets banned. You know that, right? Alright. Whatever. Good luck. Chat seeks punishment. Chat is kinky. Oh god. Nas. Nas. Any last words? It looks like Nas's wheel paid off. Phew. Phew. It's such a Liamism to say phew. Okay, Nas didn't have any last words. He got banned. Should I keep him banned? Or should I unban him? That was close. Phew. Sorry. Maybe for a minute, Let it be. I will let NAS be banned for... yeah, like 60 seconds. Thought Butt was gonna get it. Butt will never get it. Unless it is being cool, because he's cool. What should we talk about next? Let's do the Talos Principles. That sucked? What sucked? Can you still watch if banned, just not chat? Yes. You can watch the game. You can watch, you just can't play. I mean, you can't chat. Okay, hold on. There's... okay, I unbanned him. What's going on? Talos Principles. Talos Principle 1 grew into one of my favorite puzzle games. I think it's really good. Who lost? It was Nas, not absolutely sure. He got banned for like 60 seconds. Sorry, he won, my bad. Talos Principle 1 has some really tough puzzles, especially if you go for the stars, and I love it when they push the mechanics to be tough. But what's cool about Talos Principle is that there's so many different ways to break the level, and some of the ways that the level are broken are actually like intended, but it's like open enough that you can also break it in a lot of unintended ways. And it really feels like you're kind of outsmarting the level on like a meta level, which I think is perfect for a puzzle game, especially perfect for a puzzle game where the premise is that you're basically proving your humanity through puzzle solving, right? You're proving that you can break out of the simulation. Quite literally, you break things out of puzzles in order to use in other puzzles in order to break them. I'm still listening. Toonstruck, Gunpoint, The Plumber Thing. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Nice discount package, Jordan. Good luck. Good luck. I got to make sure to update that list. What a deal! Congratulations on saving yourself 5 channel points with the discount package. Huge. What a deal! So honestly, and then I played Road to Gehenna as well, the DLC, and the DLC is just even more even difficult. The DLC like steps up the difficulty another level, and I think it's these are some of my favorite puzzles in any games ever. And the story is pretty interesting too. It's about like the story is told through like a lot of reading, which it kind of sucks. I hate when it just drops a bunch of like files on you to read that aren't always relevant to what's going on, but they're nice as little breaks for you to like ponder on the little bites of like philosophical text or whatever they drop on you in between the puzzle solvings. It's a game that, one thing that works really well about Talos 1 is it's got all the like little goofy Easter eggs in it, which I think help lower the tone because it's going for some like high brow stuff. It's like asking about like what it is to be human, how does one become human, what makes it, a robot different from a human or whatever. And it stops itself from being too fart sniffy, A, with like the goofy Easter eggs, and B, by not really offering answers to those questions. It's more just like posing the questions, giving you some ideas, and then you kind of answer those yourself like as you play it. I think it's not like super in your face preachy about anything. I think this game is awesome. I think this game goes S tier for me, especially after Gehenna, because I love it when I love actually really hard games with a good story. I mean, I don't know. Hard puzzle games, I mean. Yeah, I think it goes here. Definitely better than Filament. Honestly, probably better than Grim Fandango. Yeah. The only downside is basically the segments where you go to a computer and then you just have to sit down and read for like 5 minutes. But that's probably... The only reason that's really annoying is if you're streaming, I think. Why is the Outer Wilds section empty? Because I didn't play Outer Wilds this year on stream. Just for clarity, Toonstruck, Gunpoint, Plumber Thing. Oh shit, wait, that's actually a good question. Jordan, do you mean 1 Toonstruck, 2 Gunpoint, 2 Plumber thing? Because I read that as 2 Toonstruck, but because... Oh, right, I wasn't reading the comments correctly. Yeah, the computer beep noises are good. Why didn't I play Outer Wilds on stream this year? I don't think anybody wants to watch me dick around in Outer Wilds. Unattainable Brungo standards. What Evie said? Okay, good. Good. Halo's Principle 2, on the other hand, I think overall, sadly, didn't hold up to the original for me. There's a couple problems. For one, it feels like overall they scaled back the difficulty of the puzzles a bit, at least for like the base game, to make it flow better, to make the narrative flow better, I think, because it was a bit more narrative driven. They introduce a bunch of characters that you are in dialogue with all the time, which means there's more talking and more listening in this game than in the original, which already had quite a lot. And I'm never a fan of just like sitting there watching an automatic face animation going through a dialogue tree in a video game. I'm never huge on that. They completely killed the like breaking puzzles by busting things out from one to the other, which I thought was the most interesting thing of the puzzles in Talos 1. And so it's really sad to get rid of that. And then the story got a lot more preachy and it's just like kind of weird. The story in 2 is supposed to be like this conflict between like scientific expansion versus like conservation or whatever. Like, is all knowledge good is sort of the question they're going for. Like, do you always want to gain more knowledge, or is that sometimes a bad thing? Except that the game's really clear that the answer that they want you to say is yes, knowledge is good, because like the one downside to like the one event in the game that's supposed to be on the side of like the conservative, like, no, we don't necessarily want to seek all this knowledge or whatever, is when is like some girl dies or whatever because the person that you're tracking like was messing with the God equation. There's like a God equation that they discover that lets them control all matter in the universe. It's kind of jumping the shark in terms of the scope, I think. Except that the girl who dies because of that experimentation, you just save her later anyway. Like, she's not actually dead. You just save her by solving some extra puzzles. So it's... You prefer Talos over Talos 2? Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying right now. Talos 2, the one thing, I appreciate them increasing the scope of the second one. I feel like they made it more ambitious, as a sequel should be. But I feel like it got really preachy. It lost a lot of that like goofiness that was underlying the first one by not having the glitches. It got rid of a lot of the interesting puzzles. And even though the graphics seemed really cool, it had the Unreal Engine effect where I only had a pop-in radius of 30 feet around me. And so grass was just a ring around my character. And it like completely took me out of the immersion of the otherwise really cool environments. So I still like the puzzles overall. I still think it was cool. Doesn't really reach the heights of the first one for me. I'm going to put this at the bottom of A tier. But in the Outer Wilderness section, no. It's Outer Wilderness. That's not a section. Outer Wilderness isn't a game. Oh, okay. We got to pick up the pace. Should I just start going in order, or does anybody want to see a game? You're gonna have to throw something out. Oh, Visual Eminem wanted to see Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 was awesome. Really good game. So there's a couple things. Golden Idol is honorary Outer Wilds. Can't wait for the sequel. Golden Idol is not honorary Outer Wilds. I'm sorry, Sugar. He's thinking of the Outer Wilderness. I haven't played Outer Wilderness yet. Okay, one thing that I've discovered I really like in horror games is when they use the... You have to match up the tension. You have to build tension with gameplay, right? Something that Silent Hill 2 does, and I think Resident Evil 2 did as well, is really limiting how much ammo you have so that you feel like you're constantly worried about how much ammo you have left. You are nervous not just because of the horror things that are going on stream. You're nervous because you're worried about the gameplay. You're worried that you're like breaking your save or whatever. Is Outer Wilds being good? A bit. No, it's the best game ever made. And Silent Hill 2 did this a lot for me, especially in the first half. The first half, it was really effective. It was, I'm wandering through this like super atmospheric environment, and I'm really worried about using my ammo. I don't want to shoot the monsters that showed up. I'm trying to run around them. Every time I get hit, I'm worried because that's permanent damage that I'm taking because there's a limited amount of healing. And there being a limited amount of healing means like it's possible that you just completely fuck up your save. And having to worry about your performance in the game while the spooky stuff is also happening, it adds that tension. It makes it more real. And then one thing I think Silent Hill 2 does in particular that it leverages really well to do horror, for me, was the sort of goofy, campy uncanniness of PS2 era acting / graphics. Like, it makes you laugh when you walk into the like bowling alley in this desolated zombie infested town and there's just the guy there eating pizza and he's like making really loud eating noises eating his pizza. That's funny. You laugh. So it cuts some of the tension a bit, but it's also like weird. And it's weird in like almost like a creepy way. You feel unsettled by it almost as much as you do by the rest of it, I think. And for me in the second half, the horror wore off because I had conserved so much of my ammo that I could just like shoot every monster that I see. It became a bit more of a shooter. There is a hole here. It's gone now. Oh yeah, as this game like slowly devolves into being increasingly surreal, it starts off like sort of making sense, and then it just things become more and more like, yeah, impossible as things continue. That's kind of been done to death, but I think this like was a big part in starting that trend in horror. It's really cool. I think this goes in S tier as well, for me. Something like this. Oh, hey. Okay. I need to pee. Cocoon? Okay, I'll do Cocoon next. I need a pee. I need to get some water. You guys enjoy Lamp. And, tell me what I should do after Cocoon. I struggled so hard opening that candy wrapper, I'm not gonna lie. I died trying to open that candy wrapper. God. Haikus are so fucking good. Okay. I saw a commenter say opinion on Asabu, and I thought he said opinion on ASMR. You like Haikus? They're so good. Okay. We'll do some Zeldas after Cocoon. And then, I guess a story about my uncle. Sorry, I'm gonna give you chewing noises. Anyone want to hear some high chewing noises? So Cocoon is a game. So I've played Inside. I haven't played Limbo. Those are the other games that I think from this guy. And this is structurally very similar to Limbo, in the sense that you're kind of just constantly moving forward from one puzzle section to the next. I think the mechanics of Cocoon are super interesting and unique. For those who don't know, the idea is that you collect these orbs that contain worlds in them, and at certain places you can go into the world that you're carrying, and you can you can nestle the worlds inside of each other, you can nestle the levels inside of each other, and there's a bunch of like weird stuff it does with that. I think it is a shame because these kinds of games are trying to offer like a brief narrative experience without there being like an explicit story. It's more of just like it's like kind of atmospheric environmental storytelling of what's going on. This does a very good job on that front, of course. Everything is really pretty, everything feels alien, you're playing as an alien traveling through alien worlds. That atmosphere is on point. I feel like it was a shame to use these mechanics in a game that wasn't interested in pushing them, you know? This guy's games, I forget his name, the guy who makes these games, Cocoon and Inside and Limbo. He's not like interested in doing like a Filament or Tails Principle or whatever and having like a bunch of really tough in-depth puzzles. But I feel like you could take this mechanic and make something fiendish. He made 140 and Thoth. I haven't even heard of those two. Are those more like traditional puzzle games? Sugar is now in the raffle. Isn't Haichu the 575 thing? Yes, you got it. You got it in one, Patches. Level designer of Limbo and Inside. Okay. I feel like in Inside, that level design worked better because in Inside, basically it's like a hold right. It's not actually hold right, but the idea is that you're constantly moving forward, and it felt like you were going down this rabbit hole where you are running away from the people chasing you, and you're getting yourself into increasingly worse situations, but you just have to keep moving forward because you're running away from the thing behind you. It's like the thing behind you is slightly worse than the thing ahead, so you just keep going down and down, like into as you like explore this hellscape of what's going on in Inside. That was cool. I feel like thematically it doesn't make as sense for Cocoon to be so linear. You know what I mean? I feel like because Cocoon is more about these nestled layers of exploring worlds within worlds and like the mind-bending kind of interpretations of that, I think it would have been cooler if this had been a little bit more open in terms of which direction you had to go in at any given time. They like explicitly stop you from backtracking in Cocoon to make sure that you're on track. And again, I think the point is because he's trying to deliver an experience with a certain pacing. He doesn't want you to get stuck backtracking anywhere. He wants you to like be through the game. Nobody is done with the game in like more than 8 hours, you know? Story and art design in Limbo and Inside were something else. They were really good. I mean, the story and art design in this are also really good, I think, in Cocoon. That is still on point. I feel like the level design, it just made me want more. It felt like it didn't live up to its own potential with the kind of ideas that he had. Also, what's up, Ritual? Is OSRS on the list? No, it's not. I'm sorry, never streamed it. All that said, where do I put this game? It kind of feels like a low A or high B to me. I don't know. The problem is that again, the puzzle design just gets to me because so often because it's designed so there's only one really thing for you to do, it oftentimes doesn't really feel like you're solving things as much as just doing what is in front of you. I feel like that's why this didn't really stick with me quite so much, even though it had some really cool ideas. Linear puzzling, yeah, it doesn't really feel like you solve things. It just feels like you're, I don't know, a slightly more mind-bendy version of the hold right from inside. I feel like that stopped me from really being like, wow, that was an incredible game after I finished it. I'm gonna put it as a high B, personally. Zeldas. I think we only have 2 Zeldas on the list this year, don't we? Minish Cap. Wait, no, we have 3. Minish Cap, Breath of the Wild, Link's Awakening. I think that's all the Zeldas I played this year. Uncle Game? We will do the Uncle Game next. Yeah, it's not for puzzle game people. I get that. And that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It just made it less memorable for me, I think. I think it does what it sets out to... Cocoon does what it sets out to do very well. I'll say that. Okay. Oh, which one? Oh, God, which one of these? They're all really different. I guess we'll do Breath of the Wild separately, because that's really different. I think Minish Cap was, of the traditional Zeldas... Anyone want to redeem the wheel? Gear Woman game? I don't know. Wait, Gear Woman? I don't know what Gear Woman is. Minish Cap was probably my favorite traditional Zelda in terms of the gameplay. Oh, Gris. Wait, is she a Gear Woman? Were there gears in that game? I don't know. I really like the way Minish Cap played with, like, size and scale. The currency, not gears. Gears as currency. I'm trying to think which game. Oh, you mean Unsighted. Unsighted. Yes, you're thinking of Unsighted. Correct. Okay. That's sort of a Zelda. I guess that's why you want to talk about it, because it's kind of a Zelda. Yeah, Minish Cap really plays with scale, not only in the sense of, like, obviously there's the 2 different scales, there's the small world and then there's the big world, but also the way that it jam-packs its map with so many little secrets and hidden, and, like, so many things on every square. I remember when I first opened up the map in this game, I was like, this map is pretty small. There's, like, not a ton in here. And then there's just, you keep getting more and more to do on every square of the map. I actually really like the kinship system because I feel like the kinship system cuts back all the bullshit of, like, quests in RPGs. It, like, strips away all of the, like, dialogue and like, you know, pseudo narrative explaining why you're fetching X item to Y NPC to get Z reward, and it just is like, hey, I want a rectangle to fit inside my rectangle-shaped hole. Do you have one? Sure. Here, a chest is somewhere that you can go collect now. And I like how it gives you a reason to re-explore areas that you've been before. So true. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It cuts the bullshit of, like, fetch quests into its purest form. I did have a problem with the kinship system where I kept running into, like, one piece. It didn't seem very well balanced. I remember I needed a bunch of green pieces, which I think the green pieces were supposed to be the common ones, except that I never got them ever. And like the pieces that you had found in chests that are supposed to be the rare ones are red ones, but I always had a surplus of the red ones because there were never any NPCs that wanted red ones, and there were always NPCs that wanted green ones. So I couldn't get too far with this, but I wasn't trying to 100% it anyway. I think this was the most completion, side content completion that I did of any Zelda in any Zelda ever. Usually I basically just do the dungeons and beat the game. I actually got like all bottles for Minish Cap. I didn't get any optional bottles in any of the other games, I think. Because it was just kind of like fun to do the side stuff, and it was more straightforward. It's fun to explore. I like bringing some of the 3D Zelda elements down into the 2D Zelda. Yeah, this is one of my favorite Zeldas, I think. I'm putting it high up here, like right here. Yo, you jamming, Pixie? Very nice. Link's Awakening is clunkier. It's minus 10 years. It's on much weaker hardware, and it shows. Especially the version I played that didn't have some of the quality of life stuff fixed. That makes it somewhat harder to play. It makes it somewhat harder to listen to. I think the you know, Game Boy sound system, it's got its charm, but I think it's not quite as pleasant to be listening to constantly all the time. It's also got more of the bullshit of that era of games, where your progression can be in really arcane places that it's not at all obvious, and you don't really necessarily know where to go. That all makes it significantly less fun to actually play. But Link's Awakening is one of 2 Zeldas to have a storyline. Wow. And it's like really, it's good. It's cool. This way of... The way that the island that you're on gradually grows to be like a little bit more sinister. The way the music kind of evokes that uncertainty once you learn that, oh, this is all a dream, and once you wake up, it's all going to be destroyed. And the idea of the dream working against you to stop you from waking up so that you don't get destroyed, you know? It's a game about not letting yourself get sucked into fantasies. It's a game about not playing video games all the time. But I like that it's still, that ending message, that ending shot with like the big sky whale going over the sky with the big triumphant music playing. I mean, I think it's a powerful, it's like a cool, powerful moment. And it fit in a Game Boy Color game, which is cool. Because it doesn't just say that, like, oh, all these, like, fantasies, these video games, these dreams or whatever are, like, a total waste of time. It's saying that what matters about them, what makes them valuable is what you take from them into the real world. You know what I mean? Do I think I'd play the new version? No. Partially because it's $60, and this is like a, 1 megabyte file. The reason I chose the original? I chose the original because I didn't want to pay $60 or $40 or whatever it is. Also, I don't really like the art style of the remake. I'm not a huge fan of that kind of like plasticky, like toy look, personally. I think that's somewhat controversial because I think a lot of people like that, but I wasn't a big fan. And I also just like playing originals, I don't know, over remakes. Yo, what's up, Nebby? Just in time for Breath of the Wild? Yeah, we're getting to Breath of the Wild. I'm just wrapping up through Link's Awakening. There's an optional side quest in Minish Cap that's the worst heart piece in any Zelda game. Oh yeah, the mysterious shells. Yeah, I rolled a few of those, and I was like, I'm not going to do that. That's part of the reason I didn't 100% Minish Cap. So Awakening is like one of the worst gameplay, up with like the best or second best Zelda story. I think I think it's a high B for me overall with that combo. I think it goes there. How are you doing, Nebby? Are you still in Korea? You said you went to Korea, right? And you were just temporarily in Taiwan? Am I mixing shit up in my head? Zelda, Breath of the Wild. Oh my god. Another really mixed bag for me, because this is like the opposite of Link's Awakening. This got back to Taiwan from Korea. That's awesome. Did you see anything cool? What'd you end up doing there? Guaranteed you'll run out of shells even if you're saving from the start and you need to buy them from the shop. It's awful. Terrible mechanic in a video game. Korea is awesome. Hell yeah. Waka just got back from there a little while ago too. He also went on a trip. Boy. I should go. I've been to China once in my life as a kid, and I've never been anywhere in East Asia since then. I really should. I don't know. So Breath of the Wild, I think I've sort of said this before. I'll sort of repeat my thoughts on this. You also went to China? Oh, really, Pixie? Was that, were you old enough to, like, remember or be cognizant of most of it? I think I was, like, 11 or something when I went with family. Had a crap ton of good food and went to the DMZ. You went to the DMZ? What, like, as a tourist? You can do that? That's interesting. You went to Canada? I've been to Canada as, like, a 3-year-old. Went with choir during college. Oh, that sounds cool. Did you... Where in China did you go? Oh, you're Canadian. Yeah, I thought so. I was like, aren't you Canadian, Rupee? I don't... Well, congrats on being Canadian. That's not a bad place to be. Breath of the Wild... I think... So, Breath of the Wild's greatest strength is when you're in the gameplay loop. You're in the gameplay loop of... You see a mountain. You try to figure out how to climb it. You get to the top of the mountain. You look down from the mountain. You see something cool. You glide down to it. You do the shrine. You do the thing. And then once you're done with the shrine, you see the next mountain, right? And that just loops together very seamlessly, where it's like this constant low string of decision-making and dopamine release, where you're on a low level, you know? You gotta, like, because... The movement with the climbing is like a little mini game that you're always thinking about and cognizant of, and there's so much depth in how the mechanics interact with each other in the combat, and all the mechanics in general interacting with each other with wind and fire and yeah, and like metal and lightning and shields and arrows, and the way it all interacts with each other lies to so much emergent gameplay, so many scenarios that aren't scripted but end up so cool. I remember like when my fire went out in Lost Woods when I was like trying to get to the thing, when I was trying to get to the Deku tree, and I thought I was fucked, and then I fire arrowed some grass in order to get more fire to like light my torch again so that I could go the right direction. And I just felt so smart, even though it probably wasn't that smart, but it was cool. It was emergent gameplay. And when you're in that loop, the game's awesome. The game's really cool. Will I play Tears now that I've played Breath of the Wild? I'll play Tears eventually, maybe late in the year. Don't know if you can spell the towns you remember? Oh, okay, that's fair. No, like big cities or anything? When I went as a kid, we went from Beijing to... Mostly Beijing to Shanghai. You can visit a North Korean infiltration tunnel. It's pretty funny. Okay, then come all the downsides with Breath of the Wild. The downsides are horrific UI choices, like, you know, all the menuing that you have to do to drop items. When you open a chest with like a full inventory, instead of being allowed to just swap in the item from the chest, it denies you. You have to manually drop an item and then open the chest a second time. Cooking things one at a time. Awful. 3 different loading screens every time you fast travel. Awful. And all of that stuff interrupts the flow of gameplay, which when the game is like so dependent on keeping that constant rhythm of like decision making, when you're interrupted like that, it feels bad. And then there's the story, which is really bland and uninteresting, even for like a Zelda game. There's dialogue, there's like voice acting for God knows what reason. Yo, Celeste, can you be a little bit quiet? Please, thank you. Yeah, I don't know why there's adding voice acting to this game did the franchise no favors, I think. All cutscenes are useless. They give you all the exposition at the start of the game, and then everything any character tells you from the next 60 hours is the exact same exposition as second time. And then the ending is just like really bland and underwhelming with like a lame Ganon fight that I didn't like. That was like really short and anticlimactic and put a bad taste in my mouth at the end. So, really fun exploration and moment-to-moment gameplay, except for the parts that interrupt it and some like big blunders and like, underwhelming writing and a kind of a wet fart finish. Put it in B and move on. I'm going too slow. Yeah, fuck me for talking about games. Should I talk about the games less? I don't think it's a B tier. I do think it's an A tier. Where would I put it? I would put it like here. No comment, read Tears of the Kingdom's writing. Oh, I'm sure that's going to be great. No, we went to Beijing or Shanghai, not sure which. American Psychonaut 1 or 2. Okay, we can do Psychonauts. Wet fart finish, yeah. That's what it feels like. Ah, Psychonauts. I should talk about Brungo. I don't got time to talk about Brungo. We're already going to be going over time. Well, not over time. I was planning on going all the way to midnight, so we have an hour and 20 to do the rest of these by that mark. But I do need to go faster. And again, if anybody has thoughts on any of these games, you're free to chime in. I think I'm turning this up, by the way. I just had to turn it down a little bit for that one Celeste song. Hello? I feel like in hindsight, Psychonauts just didn't really grab me in the way that Grim Fandango did. The writing is like, it's funny, but the problem is that unlike in Grim Fandango, where because it's all point and click, this music goes hard, Hades' music is so good. Hades is awesome. In Grim Fandango, you've got the same kind of clever, witty writing, but because it's point and click and it's all about talking to people, the things that they're saying cue into the gameplay. Here's that problem that I was talking about with Library of Ruina a bit, where it feels like the gameplay and the story is totally different. What's the playlist? This is my video game OST, which is woefully incomplete, and I was supposed to add more songs today, but I didn't. It's not currently public. I was going to make it public once I added all the games. Same people make Psychonaut and Grim Fandango? Yes. Same guy. Tim Schafer, I think is his name. So on one hand, you have like some really smart writing, and on the other hand, you have kind of like a mediocre 3D collectathon, which the platforming isn't hard, so I don't get like frustrated on it, you know? But it's also just... in the first game, at least, the mechanics don't feel quite as cool. The actual movement doesn't feel super cool. But it was fun, overall. It was fun, it was funny, this first one. I kind of played it, and then moved on. So, we put it maybe in B tier here. 2 felt like just like an upgrade from 1. It felt like 1, except that all the actual platforming is better. The movement options was more interesting. It didn't feel like just like a script with a 3D platformer on top. It felt like a 3D platformer and then also a script on the side. I mean, they still have this separation of way too much dialogue trees that don't actually relate to like the gameplay. I don't know. Neither of these stories really did a whole lot to me. I feel like the story was cooler in this first one. I didn't like how the second one had you redeeming Hitler just because she accidentally killed a bunch of protesters and then turned evil because of it or something. You love the playlist when it's public? Yeah, I'll when I'm done with it, I'm happy to be making it public, and I'll link it to you on the Arvid server or something, maybe. Should put some Allman Brothers on this playlist. Need some crunchy jams. Allman Brothers are not video game OST. I'm sorry. Psychonauts 2, I can put it here. I can put it as a low A for better gameplay, slightly worse story than the first one. Overall, fun experience. Good game. Regret updating Twitch mobile app. Oh, I haven't used Twitch mobile in a while. What is it like? We'll do a story about my uncle. People were asking about that earlier. Opinion about a story about your uncle. It's right there, Evie. Is it a TikTok layout? Oh no, I'm sorry. Twitch is gonna get banned too, at that rate. Story about my uncle. Can you have a refund? Let me see. Can I have a can you get a refund? I could. I'll refund you later. Just remind me in Discord or something. Crunchy Almond Brothers jams was a joke. It was really funny. Everything that Cousin says is a joke. He's never been serious in his life. This game, I don't think it left much on me. I don't know. It's like the platformer with the movement. You would think it would be kind of interesting, but I don't know. I feel like they don't. I never really fell like into the flow where I was like, oh, this is super cool. The graphics definitely don't date well. There's some kind of interesting landscapes, but especially the character models just like are peak 2012. One of the games of all time. It's a neat game. That's about it. Yeah. This is like, it's probably going to end up in a low B. It's like kind of touching at the end, but I really expected some kind of reveal for a whole game that's about trying to get to your uncle. The idea that you finally get to your uncle and then you just say hi and then you say, I'm staying, and then you're like, okay, I'm leaving, and then you go. And then there's a bit of the heartstring tug with maybe the suggestion that the story was all fake, but not. I don't think that really was. I don't think that's really what they wanted to suggest. I don't know. I'll put this at like maybe a low. I'll put this as a low B. I feel like there's not a ton to say about this game. You could like take the mechanics and do more with it, but apparently that's just like what Mirror's Edge is, and that came out like years earlier. There's a feed tab in the Twitch app that scrolls through popular streams in a TikTok layout. Oh no. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. You have to deal with that, mobile users. Oh, okay, Unsighted. Unsighted is cool. So, Unsighted is a 2D indie Zelda-like, where the gimmick is that you're on a time limit because all of the characters are dying in real time. All of your NPCs. You're muting, you want to play this? Gotcha. All of your characters, your NPCs, are dying in real time, and you get items. You can find items in the game that extends the lifespan of characters, but there's a limited amount of it. And so your idea is that you have to choose who gets the magic dust, who gets to have their lifespan extended, and which NPCs end up dying, unless you can go fast enough that they all live, right? And I think that the idea behind that is super cool. I think my problem is that it, at least maybe I didn't play a hard enough difficulty, but it didn't seem hard enough. Nobody died in my playthrough, basically. I managed to save anybody on my first playthrough, and I feel like that should be something where you need to have already played the game once in order to be able to like run it more efficiently, like sort of speedrun it in order to get everybody to live. I wanted to have the moment where it's like I'm making the tough decision of, do I let this NPC live because I like the character or whatever, or do I want this NPC to live because they give me useful stuff for the gameplay, right? I wanted this game to like force me to make decisions, and it kind of didn't, because near the end I figured, oh shit, I might just be able to let everybody live. Like first I was worried about it, and then I was like, I'm not worried about it. I'm just gonna let people die. And then again near the end I was like, oh shit, maybe I can actually get people to live. And then I then I did. I managed to go fast enough. And it was fun because it like lit the fire under my ass. It made me panic. It made me nervous. I was like, oh shit, I gotta go fast. I gotta solve this puzzle. I can't be stuck here not knowing what to do because people are dying. I'm on a time limit, you know? Like, that part was cool. I just felt like it was a little bit lame that I actually succeeded on first try, basically, and that nobody died. But it's cool. I mean, the whole message, as they say at the end, is about it being, you know, doing what you can with the time that you have, and that's cool. There's an option to turn the people dying off mechanic entirely and just play it like a Zelda and go 100% everything, which I feel like defeats the purpose, but if you find that stressful, you can do that. It's got some nice character art. Your character's hot. She starts off naked. Too easy? I don't know about too easy. It was fun. I think I put this at great game, I'll be honest. I do think so. I think I put this like here on great game. I'm not gonna lie. I think it was a good game. Oh! Okay, we're done. Torrens can unmute. I don't even know. Okay, what do I do next? I don't know if there's any more opinions about what next to do, if I should just go in order. I could just go in order from now on. Air. Memories of Old. This one is sort of like... This one's a lot like Story About My Uncle, I think, in the sense that it's just sort of like a 3 to 4 hour little game where you explore an area and then you win. I think zigzag through them. I don't know what that means, but I'll try my best. I think this was significantly more engaging than Story About My Uncle because it's only one row left. Yes, it's only one row. This is significantly more engaging than Story About My Uncle just because for one thing, it's a lot prettier, and the movement I found was more interesting. The idea is that you like turn into a bird, and then you get like bird movement, and moving as a bird is really satisfying. And you're just kind of going around exploring these sky islands, and the way the sky islands are realized is cool. And then there's a bit of a story going on in the background as you explore what happened to the world that like shattered it or whatever. It looked prettier than like something like Story About My Uncle. It delivered a nice little package. Wasn't really anything that's gonna like blow my mind. I think it fits around here with these games. Maybe like here. Nah, I'm gonna put it here. Yeah. Manifold Garden's actually like a similar thing, except it's less puzzly, more puzzly than Air. Package delivery here, sort of. I hate saying it did what it wanted because it's not much analysis. I don't know how much more analysis to really put into like a 3-hour game that just was you flying around like a pretty environment, basically. You know what I mean? But it's cool. Oh. Animal Well. Oh. Animal Well. Okay, just played it. I was hyped. Thought it would be really good. It is really good. What's cool about Animal Well is that it's like 3 different games layered on top of each other. The top layer is just like a Metroidvania, except that they replace all the combat with like some kind of simplish puzzles, and they introduce you these power-ups that you've never seen before in any other kind of Metroidvania or any game, so you don't know what they do. Oh my god, Lolo Guru has rated with a viewer count of 1. Lolo, what's up? How you doing? Welcome in. Gaming. Welcome, Lolo. Hi again. Hi, Lolo. How are you? Were you playing? What were you playing? You're back. What did you miss? You missed some discussions. Wow, you missed me yapping, mostly. Animal Well, right. So the top layer is the Metroidvania, and this one, for me, was the most entertaining. Is like the bass we're looping, by the way. We've listened to everything on the soundtrack. Just milking. It's not milking the entire... Okay, the entire stream is me giving my thoughts on games. That's not milking. It's the opposite of milking. Oh, you're playing La Mulana too? Or are you telling me I should talk about La Mulana too? I gotta talk about Animal Well first, but I can do La Mulana 2 next. So yeah, the top layer of Animal Well is super satisfying. It's running around... Because you have your goals clearly marked on the map, and because the puzzles that you encounter aren't too fiendish and nothing is super hidden, you're generally knowing where you're going, and you're just having a fun time taking in the environment, seeing the animals, seeing what's going on, and figuring out what your power-ups do, right? A big part of Animal Well is realizing what the tools that you have available actually do, which lead to some really cool aha moments. And then the second layer, once you're done with that and you're going around collecting all the eggs, is more like a deep dive, sort of like a La Mulana. It's like a deep dive Metroidvania, like, collectathon. I think this is my major gripe with Animal Well, is that on this second layer, collecting the eggs, I think there should have been some kind of egg detector that tells you when you're in a room that has an egg in it still, like a late game, end game thing to help you with that. Because the eggs are clearly meant to be a soloable reward. The eggs aren't like the super deep secrets where you need to be like an insane puzzle solver, or you need to like collaborate with other people in order to get it. The eggs are meant to be something that you find out on your own, because there's like a true ending. There's like a credits roll for doing it, right? But it leads to a lot of backtracking, where you're just constantly going over the map, trying all of your items in every spot, you know, squinting your eyes, trying to find a little blot of, you know, a little block of darkness on the map that might have a chest in it. And that constant backtracking I don't think is fun. Egg detector that's louder than the tool they give me? What do you mean, the tool? Wait, what tool? Lolo says you were doing a rando, forgot to talk to Frey, and couldn't backtrack as a result. More you learn. Oh, okay. Oh no, so does that ruin the seed? It's not super fun? Yeah, I think going for eggs itself is fun. I just feel like eggs is at a level where it's okay for them to hold your hand a little bit by at least telling you when you're in. So I'm gonna use it to find an egg. Well, hidden eggs that are like actually not just in chests on the map, or that are like hidden behind something. The black light will show like an egg symbol sometimes, but not all the time, which is kind of annoying. Either way, I don't think that stops Animal Well from being an S tier game. I'm just gonna say that. Because yeah, then there's a third layer, which is just like a never-ending rabbit hole or Animal Well, of secrets and of increasingly arcane and crazy ways of things. But that's not something that you're meant to solve on your own. That's just kind of cool that it's there, and if you want to deep dive, that's there for you. -2? What does that mean? What's -2? Arcane? Sorry, I said the word arcane. Remote and the UV lamp, both egg detectors. The remote? I don't think the remote does. The remote doesn't, I mean, no. Oh, right. Yeah, no, right. The remote, right, I forgot the remote can kind of act as a chest detector, but it doesn't always. If the remote just actually worked as a chest detector, if the remote actually highlighted all chests in the room instead of only highlighting the chests were close enough to the wall that your radar bounces off of, that would be good enough for me. If I could just press the radar button and like see if there was a chest in the room, that would be good. Chance of Google Translate. I could do that. Let's do La Mulana 2 first. Here. Bat chest. Why are you bat chesting lamp? Where would broccoli pizza go on this tier list? It would be S tier, I think. You're gonna probably play Animal Will soon. Sounds like your type of game. I think that at least the first ending, like getting to the first ending, is an enjoyable experience for anybody. And it doesn't take very long. It's like 6 to 8 hours or something. If you want to go past that to true ending, it can be a bit tedious if you're not about a bunch of backtracking looking for hidden stuff. But at least that first ending is just like an awesome, awesome game. Did you mean to use remember? Yes, Jackie wanted to flex so I could just throw points away. Someone redeem the wheel, please. Someone please redeem the wheel. Okay. I don't think anybody's here who even knows what the wheel is. You need to remember the pizza he ate. I haven't eaten broccoli pizza in a while. I should though. La Milana 2 is like La Milana 1, but I enjoyed it more. I thought that the puzzles made 5% more sense. I thought that the controls were 10% more like intuitive and easier to handle, and I thought that the solutions to puzzles were a lot more interesting in general, because it was in La Milana 1, like a third or half of the puzzles could be solved by just spamming down on every square on the on the area, and that wasn't the case as much here. Most of that legwork was carried by the mantras, which is a little bit heavy-handed, I guess, as puzzle solutions. But other than that, I liked it. I thought it was good. If you're doing Brungo does a tier list, you'll spin a wheel where everyone who's chatted has a chance to win. That's not true. If you redeem Brungo does a tier list, I will do any tier list that you link me. And if you link me the wheel that Waka made, then I will spin it and Waka will ban whoever it lands on. Because that is what he does, apparently. And then I will immediately unban you. Anyway, that's how La Milana 2 is different from La Milana 1. Other than that, overall, it's more La Milana, which is unfair, bullshit, but also, I think, really fun and up my alley, because it commits to puzzles that are, like, harder than anyone has any right of making them. Not even, like, puzzles that are hard, just puzzles that are hard, that don't... I don't know. Puzzles that don't really explain what you're supposed to be doing, that you don't even realize are puzzles. This is an excellent twist on the Metroidvania. I was talking about at the beginning how Metroidvania is blurred together in my mind because they all kind of play the same. La Milana is different because... obtuse bullshit, exactly. La Milana is different from other Metroidvanias because it's not just like, oh, I can't reach this with my jump. I must come back when I have double jump. In La Milana, that could be the case. It could be you need to come back when you have double jump. Or it could be that there is something that you can do now, and you just haven't figured out that you can do it yet. It like delays knowing when you can progress. With sometimes it's an item unlock, sometimes it's you getting a hint that you needed, and sometimes it's you realizing what a hint that you already got meant. And that makes the gameplay a lot more valid, or varied. Cute girls doing cute things tier list. Holy shit, this is the worst tier list I have ever seen in my life. I'm scamming you. I'm not... I can't even tell what they're doing. What are they even doing in this tier list? Like, what is... do these have descriptions? I don't know what these different actions are supposed to be. Would Psychonauts 1 and 2 end up? They're kissing? Which ones? These ones aren't kissing. I mean, they should. I mean, it's Pride Month. Happy Pride, everyone. I can't tell what they're doing. I don't know what these actions are supposed to be. 500 points, do it? You think I care about your 500 points? You think I care about chatters? Psychonauts 1, okay, you're gonna hate me for this, Arvid, but Psychonauts 1 is at the top of B, and Psychonauts 2 is at the bottom of A. I'm sorry. You're about to say Lucky Star. Are they all? Are they all Lucky Star? Every single one of them? Why am I even staring at this? I don't have time for this. I have less than an hour of stream and I still have like 10 games to go. Well, I still have like 10 games to go through. Bro, these are all the same. They literally all look the same to me. I don't know what, okay. They're all D tier. There you go. How's that? Only one's Lucky Star? Okay. A tier girls? Sorry, they're all in A tier. They're all in A tier. Because I love anime. And that's what the A stands for. It stands for anime. What are you question marking me for? I put them all in A tier. Oh, La Milana. I didn't put this down yet. I like La Milana, and this is a better version of La Milana. This gets high in my list. This can go like... Honestly, I feel like this goes above the FPSs. Scammed? Give Jackie a free old wind spin? I'll spin your wheel for free. Braid. Braid is some classic Jonathan Blow fart sniffing, fart huffing. Can he say that? Yeah, I can say that. Except that, spin it then? No. I won't. You have to pay 500 points to spin the wheel. You have to do the redeem, that's how it works. With like Jonathan Blowhard, he really is. This game is like, so it has a fairly interesting mechanic. It's like a time reversal thing to do puzzles. But the thing is like, the graphics are these really uninspired little like Mario clone. Not even Mario, it's just like ugly looking things where you're stomping on Goombas as Doctor Who. Like, it looks like a shitty Flash game. And except that the story pretentiously turns into, like, some cross between, like, incel musings and Oppenheimer nuclear weapon allegory. Some of the puzzles are good. Some of them are bad. Some of the levels look alright. Some of them look really ugly. Some of the incel musings, Braid Talk, yeah, that's Braid. Tier Maker cute animals? Oh, I can do this one. Wait, okay, I'm gonna not scam Jackie. I'm gonna do the cute animals. Braid is like a fucking C tier bullshit, by the way. Like, it didn't hurt me to play it, so I guess it goes like here or something. I'll put it below Banjo-Kazooie. There we go. Oh my god. Okay, Hippo. I mean, it is cute. Okay, I have to go by what these are called. The Hippo is cute. This thing's super fucking cute. I think... Wait, these are like the same spider. These spiders are like the same. The snake is funny but not cute. Same with all these lizards. Well, no, these are cute. The rabbit needs snuggles. What the fuck is that? What is that? This thing is cute. This thing needs snuggles. This thing is not cute. This thing isn't cute either. This thing's ugly. I don't know why this is on the list. The frog is cute. Wouldn't snuggle it though. This is arguably the cutest thing ever. Definitely snuggling that. Definitely snuggling that. That's cute. This deserves okay, this does deserve snuggles. I can't snuggle it because it would hurt me to snuggle it, but it does deserve it. This thing is awesome. This thing kicks ass. This thing's not cute. This thing is very cute. This thing is not cute. This thing's kind of cute because it looks sad. What is this? Is this a fennec fox? Am I right? What is this thing? Apparently I have it in my cutest thing tier. Frog not F tier. For once, Frog Fractions is not an F tier. Oh, Commissar says you're gonna hang out? Yo. Have a good night, Commissar. Sorry, you're probably already gone. You'd organize a stream with one of your mates? Yo, enjoy. S tier, tier list. Yeah, this is a really good tier list. As far as tier lists go, this is probably an S tier. That's you? You're the Fennec Fox? God damn, Jackie. Chance of Sonar, I guess. Holy shit, how do we... Okay. Oh, this is a game where you're translating languages in order to make your way up the Tower of Babel in order to reconnect these civilizations. The cool thing about Chance of Sonar is that, spoiler alert, it's basically a Star Trek episode, because you learn that these civilizations were, like, split apart because they were all worshipping some, like, big computer or some shit, and they, like, their languages drifted apart, and they all, It has, like, this really heavy-handed moral at the end where they're saying, like, oh, the warrior's honor and the alchemist's science and the religion's god, these are all just them viewing the same thing from a different angle. But, like, literally, they were all seeing the same thing at the top of the tower, but they were viewing at it from a different angle, and so they all gave it a different symbol in their language, which is kind of cool and kind of really heavy-handed. This is not Breath of the Wild, no. This is not Breath of the Wild at all. You're thinking of Sable. This is not Sable. You're still here as they haven't started the stream yet? Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you got to hear me say goodbye then, Commissar. Thank you for hanging out. The puzzles of the translating are fun. I think I was a little disappointed because I played the first 2 floors of this game without using the in-game book. And I thought that was really fun. Sable sucked. Okay, well, I didn't play this last year, so it's not on the list. I did the first 2... Yeah, I did the first 2 floors without using the in-game translator book. And I thought that was really fun, because you could actually learn to translate the language yourself with just the context clues. But as you got to the higher floors, that became less feasible. The game was really built around you using the book, because the book would kind of fill in context that didn't really make sense for you to get on your own. And so it felt a little bit more gamey. It felt less like you're translating these languages and learning how they worked, and more just like you're filling in symbols in a slot on a book and letting the game solve it for you. So that, combined with the kind of heavy-handed ending and the lack of, like, absolute wow factor, stops this from being an S tier for me. But this is absolutely, like, up my alley for the kind of games that I love. This is, like, a really good game, I think. Hell, it goes here. It goes right here. It brings it all the way down to the D tier. No. It's a good game. A tier. Yeah, you're almost D tier rapid. Not quite, though. It was a really good game, overall. Yeah. Okay. I'm still going. Again, if you have any of these that you would prefer to me to talk about first, you can say it. Gotta go buy some snacks for peeps. Happy anniversary. Yo, enjoy, maybe. Enjoy Taiwan. Thanks for saying hi. You played that game to the end? Chance of Sonar? Oh, Gris. You want me to do Gris? I can do Gris. Gris is another package game, in that it's like a 3 to 4 hour game. Like, the difference is that Gris is really, really beautiful, the way that it's done with its hand-drawn animation. That makes it like a real joy to just like sit through those 3 or 4 hours watching the animations play out. And the story that it tells is, I think, a lot more heartfelt and meaningful, and the way that it plays with color, you know. It uses, like, the color as these allegory for the 5 stages of grief or whatever, which is kind of... Again, I would put that as a bit heavy-handed, but that doesn't really come out too much in the gameplay. The color is more used in a... Yeah, in a very pretty and emotive way. Cave Story is the only game on the list he finished. I finished all of these games. Terraria next? Okay, I'll do Terraria next. I don't know. Gris is... It's sort of like a... What the hell? Oh. Popping out for real? Yo, goodbye, Commissar. Thanks for hanging. It's... I don't know what else is to say. The gameplay is like some basic platforming, running around, collecting things. I don't remember ever particularly getting stuck in places, I think, which is good because you're not supposed to. You're just supposed to be flowing through the world. And seeing the world evolve around you, seeing the color return one color at a time, it's I don't know, I think it hits hard. It has a very visual representation of like grief and healing. You know, it shoots high, and I think it lands. I think it lands. It lands probably around here. Also, I'm moving Minish Cap here. Beautiful. Looking for a raid? Cozy. Oh, Cozy Gifts is... Yeah, I've raided Cozy Gifts a couple times. I could do it again. We'll see who's live. Oh, either way. See ya, Commissar. Okay, Terraria. I'll be honest... I only played 4 days of Terraria. I killed the Wall of Flesh and then I stopped. I didn't go all the way to whatever the final boss is, Moon Lord or whatever. I think Terraria, I didn't play Terraria as a kid. I played Minecraft, and I think Terraria, I mean, this doesn't really make sense to compare the two, but I don't really like Terraria as, I think it kind of, I don't know. It doesn't deliver very well as a sandbox game because it's too objective-driven, and it doesn't deliver very well as an objective-driven game because it's too sandboxy, if that makes sense. You know? It's also a total wiki game where you have to look up what's going on in order to really be advancing at any sort of reasonable pace. I don't think the combat's not super interesting. I don't think the art style looks very good, which sucks when so much of what you're doing is wanting to like build things. I was not enraptured with this game, personally. That said, it wasn't like painful. It was just kind of grindy, and I grinded for like 4 hours with people telling me what to do until I beat the last boss I wanted to beat. This definitely, what I'm saying is it's C tier. It's C tier. Maybe like here. Is he still milking? What would you like me to do, Waka? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? You say I'm milking. What do you want me to do? I wasn't milking. I wasn't milking because I was talking about games like what I'm supposed to do, but since you asked me if I'm milking, I've stopped and now I'm talking to you, so now I am milking. Spin wheels. Give me a wheel to spin, Waka. I'll spin it. Give me a wheel to spin. Alone in the Dark is the proto Resident Evil. It has not aged well. There's some funny stuff in here. It wasn't super long. Which wheel is this? Give me any wheel to spin other than this wheel. I don't want to spin this wheel. I'll spin anything else. That is the Bionicle game in C tier. That is Mata Nui online game. The Flash game. Yeah, this is the proto Resident Evil. It's cool to see the influence. This is one of those historic games where I don't think it's aged at all. It's fucking tank controls. Even though it's not long, I have no idea what to do at so many different puzzles in this game. Amazing, yeah, the kind of things that I have to play. Which game is the proto? No, proto. Proto. You have no other wheels? So that sounds like a you problem. I don't pay to have a unicycle as a mod, okay? You heard what I said? I know, I didn't mean to be condescending. I just meant to make popping noise. Now name the Frodo Resident Evil. I don't think I've played a Frodo Resident Evil. But I think Resident Evil would be interesting if you played as a hobbit. I think it would help you hide from things. But yeah, tank controls, the old graphics are like kind of fun to watch, but boy, I actually have a soft spot for how this game looks. But moment to moment, the puzzles are obscure and they kind of suck. So, did I get much out of playing this? Barely. I barely got anything out of playing this. This can go to the back. This is definitely a Kingsfield tier of like, you play it for the historicity and it's got obliterated by the passage of time. Dread. Dread is one of those generic Metroids that I am, you know, not super hot on. Or it's not that I'm not super hot on, it's just they feel kind of samey to me. But that said, it's probably the best of the actual Metroids that I've played. I think the Emmys as a mechanic are super cool. The way that they, you know, Metroids are all supposed to be about progression, and here it's not just you becoming stronger, it's you clearing out the map of the Emmy, which removes like a permanent threat from you. That feels really, really satisfying, and I like that. But I feel like that became less prevalent in the back half of the game. I feel like the Emmys should have been more front and center for actual progression. Instead, it was more just like, oh, thank God, this area is free of the Emmy, instead of like, I don't know. It didn't feel as as cool. That said, I think this still clocks in as a low A tier, just because it's a modernized version of an already good franchise, in my opinion. And it did some different stuff from the other ones that made it cool and unique. So I can put it in here, I would say. What game is this? Oh, Shadow of the Comet. I played this because Dronin set it up for me and wanted me to play it for Halloween. This is like a Cthulhu game, Call of Cthulhu, old point and click, with a bunch of arcane nonsense. Your one game? Is it your one game? I don't know. The best thing to come from this game is fine painting, fine picture. Fine picture. The voice acting for this game is the high point, for sure. And the goofy faces. As a game, pretty horrendous. As a game, I have to call it arse. I'm sorry. It's kind of arse. But the voice acting is funny. Cave Story. Cave Story is an early indie game. The reason why indie games exist and why so many of them are Metroidvanias. Except it's not really much of a Metroidvania itself, it sort of is. I thought it was cute. I thought the true ending thing that I think was only... I don't know if the true ending was in the original or just in the Cave Story Plus, but I never finished it because the platforming was ass. I hated it. The more platformy sections I didn't like, but I think the base game didn't have too much. I think there were a couple of points where I got stuck not knowing where to go. It's got the thing where it's like, there's a good ending that you have to do some like non-obvious bullshit in order to do, which I'm never really a fan of that. I don't know. I feel like all endings should be like reasonably intuited by a player, or at least the major ones. At least I prefer it that way. As like an early entry into the indie game space, it definitely blows Braid out of the water. I'll say that much. It was fun. It was sort of a Metroid, but not quite as cool of a Metroid. Probably goes right around here. No, right around here, I would say. Mega Man X. Oh. This is some Anka Please music, holy shit. I'm blitzing through these last ones because I feel like we're winding down. But if you want to say anything else in particular about these games, bring them up for sure. Thank you for that, Anka Please, Torrens. Mega Man X was really kicking my ass, but I kind of like the non-linear way that you can choose. You choose any of the bosses that you want in any order, and then the rewards that you get for defeating a boss can help you with others. The thing that I don't like in here is that it's so binary, where the bosses that are weak to a particular weapon are weak to it by 3 times damage. So it becomes the only real viable way to kill the bosses in a lot of cases. At least for a casual first playthrough who are not great at the game like me. So there was a lot of points where I got really stuck because I just didn't know where to even start. There's basically an optimal order to do things in that's hidden, and if you don't go in that order, then the game becomes like 10 times as difficult. There's also hidden stuff, apparently, where if you miss any of that hidden stuff, things also become 10 times as difficult. But I did like that base idea of having to experiment to figure out what of the tools available to you works on the bosses. I just wish that it was a little bit more organic. Like, the guns that you unlock are good against bosses because the actual type of the gun is good against the pattern of the boss, and not just because they artificially does 3 times as much damage. You know. I managed to have fun with this sometimes. Other times I was despising it and getting my absolute ass handed to me. I'll put this at the top of C tier. Donkey Kong Country. Good music. Platforming again. Platforming kicks my ass, but it's funny because it's Donkey Kong and it's monkeys and the music is cool. And honestly, I feel like I didn't get like destroyed too hard by it. I feel like I managed to get through this sort of okay. I think I can put this somewhere in the middle of B tier and feel confident with it. Also, Dronin, that wasn't your one game, because you have another game still in here, Unavowed. I'm gonna put DKC like in low B tier, I think. Like here. To the Moon. Really cute little... Thought it was last year? No, Unavowed was this year still. Unavowed was a really heartfelt game. Another like movie type game where there really isn't any gameplay in it meaningfully. It's basically just them trying to tell their story, and the medium in which they could do it is like an RPG Maker game. But the story that they told hugged the heartstrings. I think they managed to temper the melodrama well by having this really nice dynamic between the two main characters where they bickered a bit, and they managed to cut some of the tension because they're going for some like really high drama with this story about like this guy who has amnesia, and so he forgot about his twin who died as a child, and so that impacted his relationship with his autistic wife. And you know, it could be like they're really shooting too high in terms of the topics that they're going for, but they cut down that melodrama. They made it more reasonable by adding some moments of levity, by having this like that fun dynamic with the characters. Enough for the heavy moments to actually land, and I thought it was really beautiful. The music too, especially at the end. This is a great game. If you got 4 hours and you feel like, you know, maybe shedding a tear, play it. You can go here in A tier. Unavowed, point and click detective. It's modern, so it doesn't have some of the bullshit of old point and clicks, and that you can highlight what to click on. I remember still getting kind of lost in some places, but overall I like the world building and the environment, and the story was fine. It didn't overstay its welcome. I don't know if my brain is fried. I don't know if I have more to say. This can go in B tier. Here. Fez. Ghost Girl. Ghost Girl. Was there a Ghost Girl? I barely remember. Fez, I really like the gimmick with the dimension shifting. And it's one of those games where it's got really deep secrets to go for if you want to, although getting most of the non-deep secrets is feasible. There's only a couple that I think you kind of need to get pushed for, or that I needed to get help on. I think the main downside to Fez is that there's a lot of the like puzzles or copy and paste solutions where like once you solve it in one case, you can just go to other places and do it again there. And so it feels like they copy and paste some puzzles sort of. But the core gimmick is cool. I like the puzzles. It can go in A tier. High A tier, in fact. Yes, I'll put it there. High A tier. And we're done! That's all the games. Holy shit. I'm downloading this image. There is another dimension. Can I do a tier list of my tier lists? Yes, I can. I can do this tier list of my tier lists. Let me first, GG. Remember when I wasn't done? Fun times? Holy shit, I remember. Create Theb. Oh my god, is this Flammable's chatter tier list? Hold on. My tier list is S tier, last year's tier list, A tier, this year's tier list. Because last year's tier list had like Outer Wilds in it, and that makes it a better tier list. Is that satisfactory, Shy Guy? What is this Flammable? What am I looking at? I don't know if I actually feel comfortable ranking chatters. Most of these people aren't even here anymore. I think everyone went to bed. I don't think I want to rank chatters. You can do this and send a picture of it in the Discord if you want, Flammable. Let's put Vevelin. Wait, what are these lists? Share with the rest of us. High swag. You can't say the word swag. Is your name an impact? Why does Arvid have this font? Wait, Arvid. Why does Arvid have this font? Where is Torrens? Font had Joker in its name? Oh, that makes sense. Is this Impact? I think you all are S-tier chatters, especially anybody who's stuck with me for this long. We're at 5.5 hours streamed. I have been yapping nonstop that entire time. My throat hurts. Everybody who is here, everybody who isn't here, everybody who was here, anybody who was never here, you all deserve S-tier, I think. This sucks. Where's not flammable? F-tier. All wonderful people, I think. Liam, you can be with Liam if you want. Why is Liam in here? Wait, Jackie. No, Jackie's S tier. Pixie's up there. Everybody, you're all S tier. You're all wonderful. He's our most frequent chatter. Liam? I've never heard him say a single thing. Where's the spin Waka's thing option? Want me to spin Waka's wheel one last time? If Waka tells me to spin, links me his wheel in the next 10 seconds, I will spin it. But he's got 10 seconds to link me his wheel. Other than that, I think I'm gonna find a raid for all of us. Okay, he was too late. He should have been listening to the stream. That's all I can say. Holy shit, yeah. Do I have anybody? Maybe I'll be doing Cozy Gifts again. It might be a Cozy Gifts raid. Yep. Commissar said to raid Cozy. Evie says to raise Cozy. I'll raid Cozy Gifts. They're cool. They're doing some art, some Rain World stuff. There's some Rain World people. Skill issue confirmed. What a way to go out. If anybody disagrees with my tier list, then, well, be sure to DM me on the ! Discord. For everybody who agrees with me, you have the correct opinion. And for everybody else, once again, thank you so much for being here. Listen, I really do appreciate it. It's been a wonderful second year of streaming. Hopefully I'll have many years yet to come. Shy Guy, Dronin, Flammable, Patches, Rabbit, Evie, Roxy, anybody else still lurking. I'm going to start up the raid thing now. There's definitely some swagless chatters, but you won't name anybody. You disagree with my chatter tier list. Well, why don't you make your chatter tier list and post it in the Discord? I don't know if I have anything else campy or corny to say about my second anniversary, but I think I'll leave it at that for the day. I really need to get some water. I'm dying. I will be finishing Kingsfield tomorrow. Nobody has to come watch that if you don't want to. It shouldn't take too long. Probably be a lot of hanging out with some just chatting and dailies and stuff tomorrow after Kingsfield. We'll see. And then it'll be Shadow of the Colossus to start off the first game of year 3. But yeah, say hi to Cozy for me. Have a good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Bye-bye.